Good morning, Yate, Naa'bik'iyati committee members. Do kuna yahanane jit this morning. Today is June 8th, 2023. It's 10 o'clock a.m. Do kwa gi proposed agenda A. Nike dahalon do kode nike hawaje eki ilo Yate. And good morning to and welcome to our visitors here from the United States EPA. Thank you for joining us this morning. At this time, staff, could you help us do a roll call since we do have colleagues here within the chambers and also online? We'll do a roll call.
Honorable Lamardo Aseret. Honorable Lamardo Aseret. Honorable Lamardo Aseret did not answer roll call. Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Helena Nesbegay answered roll call. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Kanez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kanez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kanez Bakrati did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Kanez Bakrati answered roll call. Honorable Shandine Parrish. Honorable Shandine Parrish. Honorable Shandine Parrish did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So. Excuse me, Honorable Shandine Parrish answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito did not answer roll call. Going back up, Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito did not answer roll call. For the record, Honorable Lamardo Aseret, Brenda Jesus, Casey Allen Johnson, and Denny Simpson are excused. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 16 delegates who answered roll call either via Zoom, text, or are present in the chambers.
Thank you, staff, for doing our roll call. Colleagues, we do have 16 present here within the chambers and also online. With that, we'll call the meeting to order at 10:09 a.m. Do kunne citizen nke ido liligi Kodoshiaj Rikinez. May you help us with the invocation this morning?
I'll be glad to. Speaker, Ado Shananta Nothenigi, everybody here in the council chambers, Yat Benedo Dyson Tagi, Kashi Yaradi, Nilo Saradi Dilzin. Let us bow our heads and pray here at the Horadil Zishinka. Nihitcha Nihidigan God, Aganaho ara hunlo na hunetsen, all yont eren hidigen leni. Als kocha ne ehozanle, yet dot is gentle egon janago kos, ndalto. Aron he nada haltito, kenda de chilo con hedan yalte. And that zeltan janagotan a cont easter, banta hallo. And that an alt losto conchil alt scotchel at cajon sidida. And that a twont hail the hota Benson Zodo Soto ishi yita hinanil art ahatan landla. Ot abene ahozan and that Cleona eros sontanaj jale. Jingo Johna nebets unstule. Nent en hidigen leni hat an lado an nidigen lila. Ado corona. Na hard chohodas kaiser shini maron hijabets an rot da hosit lin lido. Inna ben hikajistle. A kuichin hanlt sagoshin inna bet enda ilti. Belchadet bachonits and oben an hint hiniki. A con yat eho. Nehemaron hije. Sat a holland a while jees and let on hits on da iste. And at the con hinana a mother was jena da neat lead on halchendo. Ni hits so kerra da holland. A hot oi nabas hadet ela. And at the ashes is in get on just case let latte. An nido do yonst edashe. Shahast ki gonst ela. Do ne isi go enst ela. Gant so go shin on heidinst lehegi beta ahonstendle. And at the benashin zad bigeto the Holy Bible. Beshel hulnek go ani hot oi nabas hadet. Hast hui not lini hast hui not lido sani not lini ge sani not lini. And that the nas or chilt up and again hit a no hunzate in the ben hick just lit or con. None hint can let in the hadet a. It was job ahonits and Haishim ban what was jontla. Yat eho behet hayahot ella. And that the yat eho da chil hosto nste nato hat so the zenadits atla. And that the achin nahuin naraba ahonits and Ahat ellen had their hot ito. Benachan such a case to be at Hihochoni or Danch or Kansala. Ashi benina and hidden. Love your enemies and hidden. The nebete needs and or legido bigata. Hala anil chobo on hidden eat later. Hele ben ye hot out the nebetations and or lessons and sala. And that doyat ekot I hit at last or sa doyat egive hindale nationla. Because ishinla sato betanil zilda, nihjeda that oredon hin sikesta that ora. Say hapat hata inil nido zra whatepe coronas. Belha inil no nasi kanla. Ashorn and hint hin hidigen leni. Nepahit in spahos and dons anstol in it and als huina ebenina nepahit korobe and I canton hanant el nits anjo hundle hotza olge ben an hint hinige ben hissi hala arjiko at lahte ellen hidden all at o peslekedo ishin yore el trash eda elneni belate elnego. Ben an hint henla, a hehe hot in Nabal hadet a hegebe, chanahni tlonshin nas and galchin, billy cahan lido lel. Ara contla litigation and a peshbahas an Shabachon loro bajina pa asan tingo combanan shedel ego do con the nayandal ato benige con the nabanahas of a kaishin, hashed at a hadon nil benige, and hit an also. And that the President, Bunai Grindon Habachon, Lord Vice President, Rochelle Montoya, the Chief Justice, Joanne Jane, Don Habajin, Aron his Speaker, Do Crystalline Curley, but one Lord also, Bein nadel ini to yoda bon nini bajina paton hajina pa hala hont ego ebe na honitsen ha ahnsen hedigen lini. Echehet din nido altskochen. Nat anin hit ninishin koroyat eho da huinit ahtolel. Do yat eho dat il nit na nitsen do belt ego den nekodo. Bebel ja bathojon robenige. Echehe altskoche ben hik etchet lehegi honltsagon che jopadin nige ben Jesus Christ. Amen.
Iche siaj kodotsa de zin behensi ikido kodona ilnao ado behensi. Thank you for that invocation this morning. Siaj Delegate Ricky Nez. Ado kodoshi anas na holjisto lel jokaigi a agenda and hehalo. Na kikone recognizing guests and visiting officials. 2-minute limit per delegate. Ebeka. Atengo nasjat na holjisto lel. Ado tka kone nana review and adopt the agenda. Staff kodo agenda and kaidiltka.
Madam Speaker, delegates, and participating audience, this is the agenda for the Naa'bik'iyati Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. This is a regular meeting. Today's date is Thursday, June 8, 2023, 10 o'clock a.m. Presiding Chair, Honorable Crystalline Curley, Speaker, 25th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There's 1, May 25th, 2023. 5, receiving reports. Report A, Navajo Abandoned Uranium Mine Work Overview. Report provided by Jacob Phelps, U.S. EPA Section Manager, and Elsa Johnson, Community Involvement. 6, old business, there is none. 7, new business. A, legislation 0115-23. B, legislation 120-23. C, legislation 0122-23. D, legislation 0125-23. E, legislation 0126-23. And F, legislation 104-23. 8, close a meeting, announcements, and adjournment. Madam Speaker.
Hakoshi Hehat staff for reading our proposed agenda into the record. Can we get a motion on the floor? Motion by Shiche, Delegate Toll. Second. We have a second by Honorable Ricky Nez. Ado kone shiash el-sena astohla. This is on the main motion for reviewing and adopting our agenda. Delegate Nez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Aroshanant Anothenegi. I'd like to move that we create a consent agenda for under new business legislation items A through E, which is all in reference to the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund for each of the delegates' regions. Items A through E.
Goshi, we do have a motion on the floor for a consent agenda. We do have a second by Delegate Norman Nbigay. Kodo staff Nikika Adinwal for reading the consent proposed agenda into the record.
Okay. Yeah, consent agenda. Legislation 0115-23, Legislation 0120-23, Legislation 0122-23, Legislation 0125-23, and Legislation 0126-23. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, for reading our motion into the record. Do kodosh do latna badol kita to amendment number 1. Second call. We have Delegate Daniels Shiaj via Zoom. This is to amendment number 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yeah. Today, I'm here at Naa'bik'iyati chapter for intergenerational conference, which is going on right now and tomorrow. And with me here also is Honorable Funding Parish. Just for local. So this morning we did butchering demonstration area. Kodon gate up to the Muslim party. Kodon gate up. Then get consent agenda. Kodon gate up. Then get. I want to add under report to get a report from our Black Mesa Review Board. To get a report from our Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture. Department of Ag and very great officials are reaching out to some delegates. They haven't get paid for a month, 2 months. What the hold up that nigga? What also I want to add them under the reports, Department of Agriculture and also Black Mesa Review Board. So the Muslim Party put on a modification huge list. Thank you.
Delegate Daniels, there is a request to modify amendment number 1 to include Black Mesa Review Board and also Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture. Delegate Ness, motioning party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable members of the 25th Council, as well as Honorable Herman Daniels' request. I will go ahead and honor his request with the condition that the presenters from the Black Mesa Review Board as well as Department of Agriculture present some documents, if they do have them, to submit them as soon as possible. So I will go ahead and concur with the modification to Amendment 1.
Thank you. There is a concurrence to request to modify amendment number 1 to include report from Black Mesa Review Board and also the Department of Agriculture, and we'll have the staff reach out to departments and to have any documentations on hand or email them out beforehand. To amendment number 1, AA Delegate Norman M. Begay. Concurrence. So we do have concurrence, and we have that amendment number 1 here shown on the screen, colleagues. Are there any other additional comments or question to amendment number 1? Second call. Third call. Colleagues, we will go into a vote for amendment number 1 to our agenda. Staff, could you help us do a roll call vote?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Iviso votes green. Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green via text. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes green via text. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green via text. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green via text. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green via text. The voting is now locked. Going back to Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. For the record, Honorable Lamardo S. Surratt, Brenda Jesus, Casey Allen Johnson, and Danny Simpson are excused. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with Madam Speaker Crystalline Curley not voting.
We do have 17 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, and 2 not voting. So amendment number 1 to our agenda does carry forward. We're back on the main motion of our agenda. Colleagues, are there any other comments or questions on the main motion on the agenda? We have Delegate Chair Charles Newton online.
Speaker, I did send an email to you, and I CC'd the entire 25th Navajo Nation Council asking if we could get a report from NTUA as well as Leahy for the assistance that they are supposed to be given to our Navajo people to pay their NTUA bills, Speaker. I didn't get a response back on that. I know that usually there's a request to, to put together a report, or, for them to, NTUA I know is always, saying that they don't have anybody to report. But Speaker, we really need to get information on the timeline for distributing funds that NTUA has to help people who are past due on their NTUA accounts, as well as funds that Leahy has, and what the process is in getting those funds out to the people. We haven't really, we've gotten information about what's available, and we were told that the timeline would be around March or April, that people would be getting information on whether they've been approved or not. But it sounds like a lot of our people are not getting that information. So can I add that report? And I was going to add it to the consent agenda, but normally the consent agenda is one amendment on is usually handled separately. But in this case, I'd like to add this report from NTUA and Leahy regarding the past due accounts of our Navajo people and what kind of relief is out there for them, Speaker. Thank you.
Delegate Nota, I second.
Koshi, yeah, there is a motion for amendment number 2. This is to add on a report by NTUA regarding their utility assistance program. And then we'll have to make the staff reach out to NTUA this morning. Although there is a second on the floor by Delegate Nathan Nota. Correction, we're getting the language here corrected on the board here. It's add report from NTUA and LIHEAP regarding to utility systems. Goshin, we do have it here on the screen. Amendment number 2, add report from NTUA and LIHEAP. We do have a motion by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, a second by Delegate Nota. Do we have any comments or question to amendment number 2? I do see Chair Delegate Vince James.
Speaker, thank you. And then the 25th Navajo Nation Council Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Adosha Kahasi to Isinotagi Kwado da Shinale Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton Ado Nana Shishna Ash Honorable Nathan Nota Kwado da Nihidish Kisin So Dide a report Nihis Nahadone Astot Nache the Indian Health Service has unje regarding the city of Gallup water restriction and how it's affecting, and then the status of Gallup Indian Medical Center. Captain Brian Johnson, I think it's very important that we hear a report from Captain Johnson regarding the city of Gallup water restriction status of GIMC. Quite in hinge Shinaldo Shishna Ashquado Behedosnato Beketin Yahagi Ako. What are nice condolence Shinat Atmosleniki Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Quadidoli, Speaker, thank you.
Delegate James, there is a request for modification to add to the report of Gallup Indian Medical Center, IHS, Captain Johnson regarding water restriction status. Okay, we'll go back to the motioning party. Chair Charles Newton.
I'm fine with that, Speaker. Thank you.
Delegate Nota.
Delegate Nota, I concur.
We do have concurrence. Hakoshi, are there any other additional comments or questions to amendment number 2? We have Chair Parrish online. This is to amendment number 2.
Speaker Otto. It's 25th Navajo Nation Council. Good morning to my colleagues on the call and also in the chambers, and good morning to everyone joining us today to listen in. Thank you to Chair Eugenia Charles Newton for raising the past due relief fund. I think Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, the entity that would give you a better idea of the timeline of the distribution of funds is actually NAABIC. And because NAABIC is the recipient of the past due relief and they work with NTUA, to distribute those funds to those customers who have past due. So NTUA is helping NHA in receiving the applications, but NHA, to my understanding, has not given the funds to NTUA. So to add to the report, I'd recommend to also add NHA to be a part of this discussion.
Chair Parrish, there is a request to modify to add NHA to report. Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Chair Parrish, for clarifying that. Yes, you are correct. NHA is a part of the mix and they should be included. So I am fine with adding them to adding them to give a report. Thank you.
Delegate Nota.
All right, colleagues, we do have the motion party did accept the modification, concurrence by our second motion. Naa'bik'iyati for amendment number 2 on our screen is add report from NTUA, NHA, and LIHEAP, and also add report from Indian Health Services. Colleagues, are there any more questions or comments to amendment number 2? Second call. Third call. We're going to vote for amendment number 2. Staff, could you help us with the roll call vote?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo voted green. Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati. Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green via text. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota votes green via text. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green via text. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green via text. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable George Tolth, how do you vote? Honorable George Tolth voted green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito did not vote. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green. Going back up, Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati did not vote. Voting is now locked. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito did not vote. For the record, Honorable Lamardo Aseret, Brenda Jesus, Casey Allen Johnson, and Danny Simpson are excused. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with Madam Chair, Crystalline Curley not voting.
We do have 17 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Amendment number 2 carries forward. Now we are back on the main motion of our agenda. We do have a motion by Delegate Tolth, Delegate Nez. Colleagues, are there any other additional questions or comments to the main motion to our agenda? Second call. Third call. Staff, could you help us do the second reading of our agenda before we do a roll call vote?
Amendment number 1 to the agenda is to have a consent agenda for legislations 0115-23, legislation 0120-23, 0122-23, 0125-23, and 0126-23. In addition to Amendment 1, we will add a report from the Black Mesa Review Board and the Department of Agriculture. Amendment number 2 would include 2 reports. The first report from NTUA, NHA, and LIHEAP. The second report will be a report for GIMC IHS water restrictions report. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, for doing the second reading of our agenda. We'll do a roll call vote.
Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green via text. Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes green via text. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green via text. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green via text. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito did not vote. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green via text. Honorable Curtis Unito also votes green. Voting is now locked. Going back up to Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So did not vote. For the record, Honorable Lamardo Assaret, Brenda Jesus, Casey Allen Johnson, and Danny Simpson are excused. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with Madam Chair Crystalline Crowley not voting.
Staff, we do have a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Agenda. We'll have the staff send out another final agenda out to the committee members. We have review and adopt their journals from May 25th, 2023. And staff did note that they did send out the journals on Tuesday, June 6th at 1:24 p.m. and again on Thursday, June 8th at 8:10 a.m. Do we have a motion? Motion by Delegate Arvizo. Do we have a second? Second by Delegate Ricky Ness. Goshi, to slot na tul kida. on the journal. Second call? Third call? Staff, could you help us with a roll call vote?
Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati. Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green via text. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes green via text. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green via text. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green via text. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito did not vote. Honorable Cheryl Inyazi, how do you vote? Honorable Cheryl Inyazi votes green. The voting is now locked. Going back to Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito did not vote. For the record, Honorable Lamardo Assaret, Brenda Jesus, Casey Allen Johnson, and Danny Simpson are excused. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 16 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose. With Madam Chair, Crystalline Crowley not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have 16 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. We do have the adopted journals. Receiving reports. We do have first A, Navajo Abandoned Uranium Mine Work Overview Report provided by Jacob Phillips, U.S. EPA Section Manager, and Elsa Johnson, Community Involvement. Colleagues, we did have the presentation sent by email, and we also have hard copies here on the floor. Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, thank you. Very quickly, can you put the screen on, I guess, the view for those of us who are listening in online? It's, you know, there's been a couple of times when your staff have done it, and then it goes back to seeing everyone who is online. Thank you. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, presenters, for joining us this morning. How this report will carry forward. Well, first we will give you 20 minutes for your presentation. And if there's additional time needed, we can have that recommendation coming from the floor if there are no objections. Then following we will have a motion and a second, And then following after, we will open the floor for questions and answers. Presenters, you do have 20 minutes on the floor. You may proceed.
Yeah, Madam Speaker Curley. Yeah, besh basa ana Arnold swata is not I do kohonolani eldo yat ein hidishni do a had hidini dollars. Ado she ya Elsa Johnson in Gia US EPA banashnish do a she hinchle as a land bashchin hanagani dashinale hashkahat so dashe le zaliji magade isiste see back at the hasnando ado eyana shaisi oko ado DJ yatse Ado yoha jistan shje ni Kate ni yanagay whippoorwill day Raymond Joe and his wife Koho. I want to just recognize them. He's one of our task coordinators at the community level. Koho ado shiyaj don le dis da Stephen at City. And then I'll give the mic to my manager, Jacob Phibbs.
Thank you. First, let me thank Honorable Chair Curley and all members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council for letting us speak today. I'll kick off the presentation. If we can move to the next slide, please. Thank you. So just a quick agenda. We're going to just briefly go over the mine sites on Navajo Nation, abandoned uranium mine sites, as I think we're all aware of. There's over 500 of them. We'll go over a little bit of everything. So we'll get over a little bit of budget and funds. We'll get a little bit over into the process that we use to clean up these abandoned uranium mine sites. We'll primarily focus on the work that's happening in calendar year 2023, and we'll touch on the proposed National Priority List site, which is the Lukachukai Mountain Mining District, and we'll talk about an upcoming field office that we're opening in July of this year in Flagstaff. So next slide, please. Thank you. So as I mentioned, in the agenda slide, there's over 500 abandoned uranium mine sites on the Navajo Nation. We've broken them into 6 regions, and work has happened in all 6 regions. But the reason that I have a graphic depicted here is because I wanted to describe quickly the different types of mine sites that exist on the Navajo Nation. So I'll start in Eastern Agency. While there's not abundant of sites in Eastern Agency, these are the sites that are large in nature. These are the sites that are big operations. And they're primarily underground mining sites, primarily from 300 feet below ground surface to 1,800 feet below ground surface. There was vertical shafts, and they brought the waste to the surface and then hauled it off to various mill sites. So while there's not an abundant number of sites, this is where the large volumes of waste across the Navajo Nation do exist in the Eastern Agency. As you move into the north and north central regions, the Cove region, Setah regions, those sites are primarily in mountainous regions. I'll kind of give a quick description of the types of mine sites that exist in the Cove region. These are sites that are within the Lukachukai mountain mining area in the Cove region, and they're sites that were towards the top of the mountains, anywhere from 50 to 100 feet below the top of those mountains, and that's where the ore existed at, and they they put in shafts horizontally into those ore bodies, and the waste from those mine sites primarily exists thrown over the cliff sides, and it creates tremendous problems for us for accessing those sites. As you get into western, into the Cameron and coal mine areas, there's quite a bit of number of sites, but those sites exist that the uranium was at the surface. So this is primarily pit mining, rim strip mining, and so there's not an abundance of volume, but there's an abundance of number of sites. So I thought I would kick off with that, and I'll kick it back over to Ms. Johnson to talk about the process that we use to clean up these sites.
Thank you. DA behs anishin behedeliana Washington tabedini khahata the Superfund process or Oliego di Chile Indo Bail and the Naa'bik'iyati in the access agreement aid net the Paranonle had she had a skate a con that Tino da con kedat any a Sakwabe Hane Adosto in Alka in a Kayahinal soil sampling deilne ado to todo nalkha water sampling ado to cultural survey ado la ho andi ta di indo la ho ze ta andal ido ita ta na ta ga de jo khonda e at in it na ido the biological survey deilne e ya di ni kaya kha la ho chil ta ta khwa de ta ho jo ba hastki adon lat oden hi e ke hat eni gi to ba hastki the endangered species that deilne e to at in it ban sa ke sto na ido the Navajo Nation Historic Preservation e ade e ya sto in his Israelsen adult of Fish and Wildlife da ko e what e adonald sosigi behalti e in lat e ya the nebebes na han chapters de e di ad e ya dit e ya nas kado di hot ela e bedni di de removal site evaluation report is no what e ya bebes da wil nem ado sto kon e ya di de site evaluation days na risk assessment the days na e din late avlash light on lat on na haigi ait ai behit the dolt e joy kwa behozun le e de di nas kaigi di der e but hol trako e kwa engineer and evaluation cost analysis days na e yad e kwa kohot e la do khonel na e ba dol de la e shin kwa ben in show ado dit awe bohnet zando le last another now jo e kwat hit ne bibs na hil ne ko ado hit ne sa to hot en di ni hotel ya na Cameronger e di public comment period adelia ko ado khajo shin ya bik hotin ko di de dingo dash la ko das kes la di hashin dash de don ligi adigi ko bik hotin ni gi ya kwa action memorandum ya be hasish ado e ya di ado huit ashin ya na zoto di de ishin be ya ado ni ligi at in ya e anana nela ko ado kun e ko e bekedo e datnish e di ado di ado ne to nanal I do le ko jo I see e ya ye go ya get test I do le ko e hot
Next slide, please. So I'm just going to quickly touch on the progress that we've made to date and some of our goals outlined in the 10-year plan, and I'll give a quick overview of the 10-year plan when I get into that slide. So as I mentioned, there's over 500 sites in the Navajo Nation. We currently have funds to assess and clean up 230 of those mine sites, so about half of them. To date, we've done about 113 investigations, so 113 of those sites have been investigated. Quick note that you'll see on this slide that there's different colored bars. The red bars are made up of 46 priority mines. So in 2010, 2011, when we did our initial assessments to identify these mine sites, we came up with 46 priority sites. These are sites that are primarily existing nearby residences and had high levels of gamma radiation. And so those are the sites that we wanted to try to address first. And so those are depicted in a different color. I'll move down to the third line, which shows the loader on it. And this is for interim action. So Elsa just explained the general process that we use to clean up these sites, which is the non-time critical removal process. When we do investigations on sites, we commonly sometimes find immediate hazards or contamination within residences, properties, and these sorts of things. And so sometimes we take interim actions to remove the immediate hazard and to protect human health in the environment right away. And we've done 29 of those actions to date. The fourth line down is the decision-making document or the engineering evaluation cost analysis. And we have 10 of those in hand, and I'll talk a little bit more about those further along in the presentation. We have one selected action on the Navajo Nation, that is the Northeast Church Rock site. And that site is currently in final stages of design and slated to start construction in 2024. That's in the Church Rock chapter of Navajo Nation and Eastern Agency. Next slide, please. So quickly about the 10-year plan. There's been previous 5-year plans that you guys might be aware of, everybody may be aware of. We have a 10-year plan, and the reason that we changed from a 5-year to a 10-year plan is because we've gotten far enough in our program that we think we can look out 10 years to determine and make commitments about the work that we're going to do over the course of the next decade. This is a combination of not only US EPA, but also other federal agencies that work under the broad program of abandoned uranium mines. So it includes Indian Health Service, Department of Energy, and other agencies that take care of different issues associated with abandoned uranium mines on Navajo Nation. In 2019, we came before council when we were drafting this 10-year plan, and one of the requests from council at that time was to create a chart, a numerical chart that outlined our goals so Navajo Nation can hold us accountable to what we had anticipated that we could do. As you'll see, this was administered in 2020, finished towards the close of 2019, 2020. Soon after that, the pandemic hit, and all work on Navajo Nation and really across the globe came to a stop. And so while you'll see that the numbers within there that we had outlined for assessment and selecting remedies don't really align with where we are today, a couple things that I will mention that I think are to note. During the pandemic period, what we did do was a tremendous amount of work with our colleagues at the Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency on a lot of issues that we faced in the decision-making process, whether those were technical or policy, and came to an agreement on a path forward that I think really sets the framework for us to be able to select remedies across the Navajo Nation over the course of the next 5 to 10 years. So I think a lot of progress was made. The other thing to note, I think that may be of interest, is a ton of work went into Navajo Nation specific risk assessments, and we worked hand in hand with Navajo Nation to create our own risk assessment process, which helps determine the risks at the site and help us determine what the cleanup goals at a specific site should be. And that was also done during the pandemic, and this includes making sure that cultural lifeways of the Navajo people and the Navajo communities are included in that process. So I'll move to the next slide and talk a little bit about funding on the Navajo Nation. The way that I think about funding in terms of the funds that we render and that Navajo Nation EPA renders is in 3 pots. We have the primary biggest pot that most folks are aware of, which is the Tronox pot. This was a bankruptcy settlement, and it gave $1 billion to US EPA with some funds going to Navajo EPA to clean up mine sites, primarily in the Lukachukai mountain mining area or in the Cove region. I will note on this particular funding pot that in 2022, because some of the mine sites of Tronox were not only on the Navajo Nation, but within the state of New Mexico, and those are regulated by EPA Region 6 or EPA Region 9. And so one thing that we did do in 2022 was we separated those funds. A little over $600 million came to EPA Region 9 for the cleanup of the Tronox sites on Navajo Nation, and a little over $300 million was given to EPA Region 6 for the Tronox sites in the state of New Mexico. The second pot of money is the trust settlement funds. This is settlements between the United States government and Navajo Nation. These funds are administered directly to a trustee which oversees the work and which is co-regulated by US EPA and Navajo EPA. There's been multiple trust settlements, and I'm not going to go too much into those, but to say that those are ongoing. The other pot of money that I think about is PRP money, what we call PRP money, potentially responsible parties. The primary objective of our program at Superfund is the polluter pays, and so we've done a lot of enforcement work to go after companies that did this mining work or had bought out the companies that did this mining work as they're liable for the contamination that exists at these sites. We have various PRP settlements. I think we are at a little over 11 of them now, and US EPA and Navajo EPA oversees these companies that are legally binded to clean up these sites through various ways. And so those are kind of the 3 main pots of money. I will note that we do get appropriated funds from Congress on a yearly basis at about $4 to $5 million per year. Some of those funds are used for sites that we don't have funding for. Some of that money goes directly to Navajo EPA, Navajo AML through grant processes and various ways that we utilize that money on an annual basis. I'll pause there and move to Elsa for the next slide to talk about work in 2023.
Can we go back to the 4th slide that shows the Superfund process? Thank you. Dig at Naa'bik'iyati business Cove chapter. Ajits of the Yo Ayan Daily Nishikoho. ngai tsalanga da yan da il kha dog at la hot so yan da sil kha ko na balat ya di time critical de na jo ya do in le di gi ya a han klot na lo e bethol justi de na na sa ya a time critical de na e at skin ko ko ya na kita mo ko arjun da din stole ado na the mo ko ya business asna na patas anja arjun hit nashin patas sahidle dit in da din stabedi no ko arjun in shigi en le da ske da shin da de ya di Sado let sota ade da ye ko a ko agi ya sa hon da di ja de la ado shin da hit ki de ko ya ko shi a ya in die stolle est die nicht no ko na dino at mil sagi hot bahalle ado sto de nasna hol jo ya di tabits at da di finalized assessment de na di tronas kaigi ya shin le nas atlanta at lo ya bitch dol so ad bebis na han net dol ado so kon ya di de USEPA do na EPA ya di de ECA the engineer evaluation cost analysis joy di nas kaigi do ba dol le li go do hit ya bonet sa dol li na so shi ba han net dol aja na dino ana ki at high skate hon net dol.
Okay, can you move to the slide, ECA's on deck 2023? Yeah, one more slide, thank you. So I think also you explained probably in Navajo, the engineering evaluation cost analysis. This is just a document that outlines the alternatives that we're evaluating for a particular mine site or set of mine sites. In 2023, we're starting to heavily get into this process and start selecting remedies for these sites. As a part of this process, we usually do two things. We do a formal public comment period with the community surrounding the site and also offer consultation to the Navajo Nation, both the Navajo Nation Council and the Navajo Nation Office of President and Vice President. We have done this for one site in Western this year, which is the Charles Hushkin number 12 site. That was done in March of this year, and we're looking to select an action soon. We're in the midst of drafting the action memorandum, which is the actual decision-making document. I just want to note here that on June 20th of this year, we're planning to have an initial consultation with the Resources and Development Committee on 10 additional sites that are outlined on the right-hand side of the slide. These sites are in Eastern Agency. These are relatively large mining sites, and we're going to come back and talk with Chair Jesus and the RDC on June 20th of this year. So we're making progress. I'll move forward to the next slide.
That's my slide. Okay. The look at the Mountain Mining District. So it's a sagat that sagon tradat in Nashiko. Oh, hayi ko di da asatin is that dino but la hoshin the waste piles this nacho beze di tabeze or anas jaw la lia la ko ado di jo at ene ya hitot zot asago dol ni that no ko ot bohnetza ko the national priority list ajo dot zota di need ko hot ena other year go session da sil soil sampling this na ko honde ko an in hije hosen ado di the need May 30th ta ajo 60-day comment period ajo na hol jis jond na po EPA 45 days na hapenane dot osta not hatasti ko hot ko di the ajo national priority list aliago aja pizza go quite nas aniki cob do look at your do round rapture ko di de hanegia quite nas andoles ado di aja da initiates da jo be halnet dole do quite di oli the technical information this do jo do kita di tinta sat ni kliniki ko jo I need babies na hanet dole ado di peso gi aja bahallon dole sto what hina tahgiba ado sto di quite hanegi but has andoles community Community Project Office. Ado sto din didek at gold to gombej kataist aniki settlement sigi ya oyo ana kiko yan ye hasa di kwa hochko giden dos kha ado ist dotli den le sago ya koshi ya dide toge jon dol kha la na hinzna jo do bone za da saho ako dide national priority list by beso gi bahadlo do le dide groundwater investigation do remediation de nigi ado so dide saho dide banago da sa
Yat colleagues, this is Delegate Amber Keenans-Bakrati. I was asked to assist Chair Curley with this report. So 20 minutes has lapsed, but the presenters have not finished their report. Mr. Phillips, how many more minutes do you feel you would need to complete your report?
3 minutes.
Okay, so colleagues, I'd ask for your consideration for 5 minutes. I appreciate it, Chair Nez and Delegate Arvizo. And so staff, if we could add 5 minutes, and what we'll do, Mr. Phillips and Shada, Ms. Johnson, then we'll move forward to any questions from our colleagues. So colleagues, if you have any questions, please either push your button or text our staff. Right now, we have no delegates on that list. Mr. Phillips, you have 5 more minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Karate. Next slide, please. So 3 more slides left. I'll finish them quickly. As a part of the 10-year plan that I mentioned earlier, one of our obligations that was outlined in there was to build a Navajo Nation capacity building plan in 2022. That plan has now come out. There's 9 focus areas, primarily focused on Navajo EPA, Navajo Abandoned Mine Lands Program. I'll mention 2 of them here. One of them is number 5, preserve and retain institutional knowledge. I think there's a great amount of work between the federal agency, EPA, and Navajo EPA that has gone into this, primarily through a large database in which we can all collectively go to see the work that's been done to date. The other one is number 7, expand Navajo Nation EPA enforcement. I think this is something that I've been in conversations with 7 years, the Navajo Department of Justice and Navajo EPA, and we look forward to Navajo EPA utilizing their circle of authorities to continue to do enforcement on these sites on Navajo Nation. Next slide, please. Just quickly touching on the work that we do with the Navajo Nation, we primarily over the number of years have coordinated with Navajo Nation EPA Superfund program, which there's representatives in the room, and Navajo Abandoned Mine Lands program. Those have been our primary points of contact at Navajo Nation to date. Because we are entering into the phase of cleanup, we are needing to establish additional points of contact and new friends at the Navajo Nation, primarily in the Division of Natural Resources. I'll mention 3 of them here and give a shout out. One of them is the Minerals Department, primarily because there's going to be a lot of soil that's needed for backfill, and if we do select on Navajo Nation consolidation or on Navajo Nation capping, then we'll need to borrow material, clean material. And shout out to Rowena, the manager over there. She's been just tremendous to work with. Navajo Nation Forestry, in order for replanting sites that we do disturb through our actions, and Navajo Nation Land and General Land Departments, because they administer the home site leases on Navajo Nation, and we do a great bit of work with them to ensure that they have the correct boundaries when they go through their environmental review of those home site lease processes. Next slide, please. Last slide. Just a quick note here that it's been a long standing for us to try and open field offices on and near Navajo Nation. We're going to accomplish that this year with the opening of an EPA field office in Flagstaff in July, and I hope that all of you will receive an invitation to that opening soon. The last one is that we still have ongoing discussions with the federal agencies and Navajo Nation about opening a second field office in Window Rock, and we've made progress on that, but we can't select a date for the opening of that office just yet. We have about 10 employees in Flagstaff that will open that office in July 25th, and I reside in Flagstaff, so I'll be there myself. Next slide, and I'm happy to take any questions. I appreciate the time.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Appreciate the presentation. We do have, need a motion for this report. Colleagues, motion? Motion by Delegate Nez and second by Delegate Dr. Andy Nez. And we'll move forward with any questions. I do see Delegate Simonson. Shiajid, please ask your question.
Yate Bene, Speaker Pro Tem Shamasana, Ms. Crotty. Good morning, and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. My question is, so we know that hemp science is advancing in terms of it being used to for decontamination of soil. I'm wondering if your group has done any research on that, or is there a possibility that you could look into that? About back in February, when I was in DC, I met the vice president of the Crow Creek Sioux tribe, and they just started to grow hemp on their farms and fields, and that have been used heavily by industry. And it, at that point, could contained a lot of pesticides and such. And so from the time that they started growing, they've learned that it has really helped clean up their soil. And I'm just wondering if you've done any research on that. That's it. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shiajid. Seeing no other delegates in the queue, we'll move forward to Mr. Phelps. If you have an answer for Delegate Simonson's question. Delegate Jermaine Simonson represents communities in the Black Mesa area, and I just wanted to give you that in terms of context to answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Delegate Simonsons, for your question. The answer is yes. So in our decision-making documents, not only do we have the alternatives that we're considering, but all alternatives that were thought about and not necessarily carried through evaluation. The particular one that you're mentioning is associated with phytoremediation. And the answer is yes, we have looked into this, and while hemp and maybe other plants can take up the heavy metals and some of the contaminants that we have on site, they do pose a couple of issues. One, they do become laden with heavy metals and they have to be disposed of themselves. But the primary issue is that a lot of these areas, the waste is not only at the surface but in the subsurface, and the plant roots only go so far down on the surface, so you don't get to take care of all the contamination that exists at most of these sites. So that's one of the issues. The other issue is getting to the removal action goals or the cleanup standards that we're cleaning up to through some of these techniques. So while we haven't done any research ourselves, we have looked through literature for the specific contaminants that we have and looked at it on a site-by-site basis, and for the most part it won't be feasible at most or any of these sites.
Also to add that in Cove, in 2 weeks, we're going to start time critical at the Cove Transfer Station 1 and 2. And in it, we're going to also be doing a pilot, which is soil sorting. And we're going to see if that is effective. And if that's the case, then that will be less soil to remove off of Navajo Nation. And then last summer, we also did a demonstration on ablation. And so that was using water to, separate the contamination from the soil, and basically, the uranium debris that's still in the soil. So that's how we are, looking, and we are trying to, take some other avenues as well. Thank you for your question.
Thank you for your responses. Kudo Delegate Crotty, thank you for kudo shikain lwin. With that, colleagues, we'll go back down to request to speak. Do kuna epanas zoigi shiyaj Delegate Arviso.
Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Hihat Notso Kwahono Sonigi Aro Aret and Hinasligi, Nahano Yahage, Aro and the Dysonos Age Ade by phone or by Zoom. Did clean up Patno Haji and Hilyadat A, which is it's a good thing, but in that process, church rock, you know, my concern is, you know, the linigi hajod ado labestahado from EPA Navajo Nation EPA and here not ado the hajod net ado labestahosnet, and I'll give you one over at Church Rock. Drill nobody knew what was going on. And when they approached them, they said, well, we already had an agreement with the previous administration that the Hatno EPA that the Hatno I don't agree this is a real concern to me with the Navajo tribal government. I thought I don't let the hot in the Nikilta Horsne. Bekade in the I don't let Nikilta Horsnet done hit it. No bain not done hitting him. Auto the debris cleanup Ninigi. It's coming off the reservation and it's going near the reservation again over in Theru. The net I see data. You're gonna be delivering contaminated waste through the community of Pinedale, Mariano Lake, Smith Lake, and Theru. And if you go through I-40, then you're going through Church Rock, Church Rock, Ayambato, and Theru. There's a big concern over there, and we oppose it. I don't like that idea, and we need to know more about it, and the chapters need to know more about it. We just hear cleanup. Oh, we're doing this, and it sounds really good. But when you get down to really moving this stuff, I'd like to see it far away from Navajo. You just mentioned a while ago that you live in Flagstaff, far away from all this activity, while Navajos have to live right in the middle of this whole thing every day. It was also the largest spill in 1979 of over 94 million gallons of toxic uranium radioactive down the Rio Perco that nobody never pays attention to, all the way down to Sanders. That needs to be looked into and cleaned up. And I'm sure they're still active. Nobody talks about those ones, and there's a lot of Navajos and non-Navajos that live along that Rio Perco. So those are big concerns of mine and my community of church, and I represent Ayambato, Church Rock, Pinedale, Mariano Lake, Smith Lake, and Theru. And I know there was a presentation this past weekend at the Eastern Agency Council, and one of the concerns is how are these things going to be, if they're delivered to Theru, how are they going to be stored? Because, you know, the wind blows. Wind blows when you're hauling sand or anything. I mean, when you're going as slow as 25 miles per hour, that stuff blows. And you're taking it right through my communities. And I have a very big concern with that, and we need to get more educated on how this whole process is going to work through those communities. Thank you. Madam Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate Arviso. I'm going to go down the line. Kudo Delegate Toll.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Naa'bik'iyati Committee, also people on the calls and people in the gallery.
I have the same concern in New Mexico. It's already brought up by Mr. Arvizo. There was a concern that I have. People approach us, they always complain. So hopefully you, as a group, are working on it. We need some update and also a good presentation to our people in Navajo. The only people are concerned are elderlies, Tuisani, Idin Haba Hotliano Banzokistolis. And right now, like Mr. Arvizo said, that Eastern Agency have this meeting, and we're very concerned about these incidents happening in Eastern Agency and not only Eastern, throughout the 110th chapter Dahot Indigi. Ede ya nhaba ahliadon haban so kisto nha jon hiltahli. Vlekan kesto to ato intai nekachilto. Idin hinch kidoli. So hopefully we have a good answer from you, organization. Ede, thank you, Chair. Madam Chair.
Goshin Delegate Toth. Although Koagishi will turn the floor back to our presenters for questions raised by Delegate Arvizo and concerns by Delegate Toth.
Thank you to both Delegate Arvizo and Delegate Toth. Luckily, Delegate Arvizo and Delegate Toth, prior to taking the current position that I'm in, I primarily worked in the Smith and Mariana Lake chapters, as well as on the site that you're referring to that we had a conversation about on Saturday, which was hauling that site from its current state, which is actually in a weird position. It's in Coyote Canyon, but it kind of butts up against 4 chapters. I understand that you want to be educated more, and I think that we share the concerns about hauling through these communities. But really, there's two options. There's either you leave it in place, and the concerns with leaving that particular site in place is that it currently is at the bottom of a huge mesa that drains, and we've constantly faced erosional issues at that site, and it also then is bounded by a relatively large incised wash. And we're talking about 1 million cubic yards here, which is probably the second or third biggest site on the Navajo Nation. And I think it's an understanding that in order to take this to the Red Rocks landfill, and that's a unique scenario in and of itself that we recently worked on with the state, with the Navajo Nation, and EPA Region 6, that you mentioned the 2 haul routes going down to I-40 or going BIA 49, which is Pinedale, Smith Lake, and Mariana Lake. The only assurances that I can provide you today is that, when we do haul, which, this is about 77,000 truckloads is the number, if I believe correctly, that it will be covered, and that those routes that we do haul will be scanned prior to and after the action, and anything that has potentially spilled or made its way through airborne, through the wind, will be cleaned up in addition to. But I share the concerns that you have, but one way or the other, we have to make the site protective of the environment. And the way it currently sits, if we were to cap it in place, it's not feasible to leave it there forever, right? Uranium has a very, very long half-life. You can cover it, but it's not going anywhere. And it's just not in a good area geographically to leave it. And the concerns around hauling it far away from the Navajo Nation that you mentioned is one, we'd still be going by those communities, and there's just not any close places in proximity to take that waste. All of the licensed landfills are 500 miles away. This unique, and I'm not going to go into the detail of the Subtitle D landfill in Theroux, was a combination of everybody getting together, including the state of New Mexico, to come up with a unique situation in order to store that waste there. That waste will have a constant monitoring system, both in the groundwater and a cap to ensure that it remains rendered in place forever. The last thing I'll say is that to your point of off Navajo Nation disposal, we have constantly been looking at solutions for off Navajo Nation disposal. It's really just cost prohibitive to take it 500 plus miles in order to take it away. So given that, the question is, what can we do to take waste off the Navajo Nation? There's a couple of things that we're looking at. You mentioned one of them, which is the Red Rocks landfill. A second solution that we're currently looking into, which will probably have similar concerns from you, is the Department of Defense Fort Wingate site, and we're in conversations with Department of Defense on that, as well as we're working with combined federal agencies, Department of Interior, Department of Energy, to look at facilities, federal lands and federal facilities near the Navajo Nation that we can store this waste at. This has been an effort. This has been, really supported by the current president of Navajo Nation to see successful outcomes. But as you can imagine, the bureaucracy at the federal level, it's very slow going. The update on that is that on July 21st, the day after we have consultation with RDC, we'll be in Albuquerque with Navajo Nation and the Four Corner States, giving an update from all federal agencies on that effort. So anything you want to add, Elsa?
Okay, regarding the community not being informed enough, I know that I'm pretty much in the western, north central, central, and northern. Those are my areas. And we have a community involvement coordinator assigned to eastern. And also has been getting a lot of help too from the Navajo EPA. So it's been a combination of U.S. and Navajo EPA informing the communities. So I know that has been ongoing. But I will be sure and let them know that there needs to be more outreach and education.
Thank you for your responses. Colleagues of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Second call. Third call. Thank you for providing that report, and we'll go to a roll call vote to accept the report. The staff, could we do a roll call vote?
Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati. Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green via text. Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green via text. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green via text. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Voting is now locked. Honorable Curtis Inito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Inito votes green via text. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green via text. Going back up, Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Helena Nesbegay did not vote. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. For the record, Honorable Lamardo Assaret, Brenda Jesus, Casey Allen Johnson, and Danny Simpson are excused. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 15 delegates that voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with Madam Chair Crystalline Crowley not voting. For the record, Helena Nesbegay votes green, so that changes the vote tally to 16 delegates who voted in favor.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 16 in favor and 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Thank you, USBA, for being here with us. And also like to recognize Kodo Shije, former council delegate, Raymond Joe, and also a former police sergeant that was here with us within the chambers. Thank you for being here with us today. Colleagues, we do have a request to speak here by Delegate Daniels.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we go to the next item under receiving reports, I'd like to make an amendment to the agenda to separate the two. Black Mesa Review Board and also Department of Agriculture. Those are two separate reports. So I'd like to make that motion to separate the two. So there's two different reports. Thank you. Madam Chair, thank you.
Delegate Daniels, it can be done through as a technical amendment or just an amendment in general. And for the record, Delegate Daniels, maybe put a topic of discussion for Black Mesa Review Board. But with that, colleagues, we do have a motion on the floor by Delegate Daniels to separate B as two separate reports, one from Black Mesa Review Board and the other as Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture. And we do have a second by Delegate Toth. Thank you, colleagues. Are there any questions on the floor regarding this amendment to the agenda? Second call? Third call? And then go A. We'll make that here on the board. We do have the amendment here on the board. It says motion to amend the agenda to separate report B as 2 reports. B, report from Black Mesa Review Board regarding personnel issues. C, report from Department of Agriculture regarding stipends. Delegate Daniels, Shakote. Hakushi Akutela, Delegate Toth, Kune. Hakushi, are there any questions on the floor? Second call. Third call. Colleagues will go to a roll call vote for this amendment to the agenda.
Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw did not vote. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green via text. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green via text. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito votes green via text. Voting is now locked. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green via text. Going back up, Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So did not vote. For the record, Honorable Lamardo S. Surratt, Brenda Jesus, Casey Allen Johnson, and Dana Simpson are excused. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 16 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with Madam Chair Crystalline Crowley not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 16 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting on separating those 2 reports. Colleagues, we'll email that final agenda out again, and then also hard copy. We do have a report from Black Mesa Review Board. We do have the presenters here with us in the chamber. Goshi, we do have Black Mesa Review Board here with us in the chamber. 20 minutes for presentation. followed by any questions or comments.
Naa'bik'iyati, here at our esteemed council delegate, the 25th council, so Shinatani, the Sadanlido, I didn't so Kagido, guests that they're here. Ishini Kwebla, Mr. Review Board, Obachohatish, Tahon Dahastin, just to give you introduction, there's two mines being done. Shinde, Tlechina Gage, Black Mesa, Kienta mine, Black Mesa mine, yeah, on the ground that it was on that KJ, Chichimbito grazing boundary be Ishin Daki, ne, there's 14 eggs, because that no, you don't need to give review board to get the healthy of the people, though social welfare and then education, though environmental each case in the lado on 7 go and makes the board each should be toward representative a chapter elect each kienta they live inside the mine lease area the representative from there has a representative in the Black Mesa Kitsil chapter Nansta Forest Lake has to be a member that lives inside the mine lease Office of the President Office of the Speaker the appointee case in the auto but it's a 4-year term position. Although the Peabody they report to the surface mining, though Navajo Nation surface mining, though minerals, and reclamation kabana although I think 2018 at aid mining east so I believe that time Office of Surface Mining, the review board, there's no hard see a distinct at the on the review board with the community once a month throughout the year during the every other month Peabody Western Coal update a surface mining though we usually do a teleconference and then for June 14 we'll be doing a tour site with the mining Hashita Bindajigi Asian Atadi Catholic with a different entity although the pandemic and but itself, the Black Mesa Review Board itself is not a very popular position. The Netherlands and we kind of forced to take these positions. It is about the people. Mine was a lot of things was not really helping the community. I over this in the review board here. Of course, so that's what we do is we advocate for the community and that was the purpose of so pandemic they and some of the representatives they left the position. We're down to 3 we have down to 3 representatives not off and on but we slowly start recruiting back up on, but we're still lacking. At 8, there's only 4. 4 makes a quorum. So, ABFG, Nahoti, though the siphon Yantasi, Ledani, ABNG, Nahoti, our vice chair, she took on the role to take care of a lot of our administrative stuff. Nahata, liaison the Satane Besaba cut dalia, so that position was eliminated. Ado anhi handle daily on what they see. So to this day, we still have some outstanding stipends. Others run the house yet than there. My vice chair is usually the ones that carries a lot of those informations. She's at an appointment right now, so she's not able to be here to help answer a lot of questions. As far as the Peabody Western Coal Mine, I think they're within the standard and the compliance of the reclamation and Office of Surface Mining on the last bond release. I guess they were given it a decent grade, a passable grade, to be to move on forward. And but the stipend they been out is a lean. But the future of the mine, the Blood Mesa Review Board, we're not sure where we're at with it now, because mining and I think the last escrow pay so we know I know it does states that we had to oversee that reclamation. It's not a very popular position, but we're keeping it running though. We're trying to be within our compliance.
Mr. Matson Shiaj. Colleagues, before I entertain a motion, I'd like to state for the record that Vice Chair Slater did vote green on amending the agenda, so that does put the vote to 17 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting. Arokodo, thank you for your report. Mr. Matson Shiaj. At this time, colleagues, is there a motion and a second for the report? We have a motion by Delegate Arvizo. Do we have a second? We have Delegate Crotty. Goshinji Gade Naa'bik'iyati lel. Alsahi Chiche. Delegate Toll.
Madam Speaker, do here kon Shanahitsa Ado 25th Navajo Nation Council, people on the line. Hearing the report in Lagi Kwasan, seems like disarray and people are not interested, you're saying. So what is the purpose of it? Since the mine is closed, what is your job and responsibility? And do you think we should, or you should disband because nobody's interested? I have not seen your plan of operation. Also, what's the purpose of having this review board? Ako jutong hionet linda halet at elan son bansiskis. Ako hatila ibn dashotnish. Do you have some expert people on the on your board that can analyze the area? Akot ohat on hitlas review board no hat ila pindato sinte jote ako nerota hintzen da jote do rita net linda osu kwekit ona nakha ohat enhal su kodoba halon Given Yenin hit Nelo digit up at the Nisto con he garden atast eat. Doch no bonetza. Ako halit at onsan kodobansis keso ko. Juda leben yenoti nila hatasido njilka at hato behot al. Balagana nila recommendation in which direction the sport is going to. Osh kwela natli to hat ila et aisin hindan nishiko leis dat ndalka. My no dat ndakha ko hat ila analyze dat ish. Ikwe na de dish kishanat ani ko. Ohat aban sus kis koroba huindlo. It ya do konshkalantit I o. Tsotarat eskal. Ako le Tuba City from Kayenta to Tuba City Shilnas with one last month. You know there's a railroad track all the way towards east from Kayenta, that black coal mine. General railroad holia. Adam Yashi Beso de Chideos in the co. That at Penasho tourist, he did not and Lego to another car be not geared at the Cadedo what the railroad, ya. Do Utsuna Nazla. Hashine la slays Chadas into Hotate Italia could o eat it. It's all ye fish eat it. Oh, what on Ako companies done Lengia led Ota started a lot. Oh, Hotana Skoro Hika. Kishe had Abanit. What is the Navajo Nation doing? What is your Chukado Ebahale review board and in Clinton that I don't know? At Ila Benaha. Ila Ashon Yilulo et Ilnat o it in lay towards a leg with that's it. That about the shot I do quay. A quay what has Ado a store that had loaned they let towards the mine loan that I believe there was 64 State Road. That is called a call. What on Hilhas Ako Ato Hinant Aton Lee couldn't a lend Atosli hotel do restaurant no. Ako what on Hilhas a led o darling of Lekana Hashine land hist in. Adot Nebichin dice, ya Adot Oita Nestlida. Ako Kojo Hotel to Eastern Agency co marine in mine. Hashine lan halchin and dashin shidastin. Kadeya sada haloko. Ako Ohota neot o Plakana. Ein hidat in Leko. Naa'bik'iyati from Teru to Gallup, all the way between Lay Farmington, railroad those field feasibility study had no bayananati. Ato Tseda administration ye lata asli la to go ahead and do the feasibility study. Are we going to benefit that? I don't think so. Maybe some, but you're not at li ship farming tingo ala hikiho. A corner bansus case in lenko. Kodin hi pesogi ya not alto. How can we generate? What an hilhas Asian bakons ko eben adishkiko halit ato lisito hinten. It ought on this sea. It in adel kidole kono present in lagi Hasint da koshebet ahnislont loke basis chinki ani dasinal na koidne dasiche kon leha ahti huschite ye Casimir Lake Holigate Esti Setchatok, although I oversee 8 chapter, not oversee, but I work with, represent 8 chapter. What on Andes Kidolis, ko heha do quede yo halit e pshilchoti asto quenandes Kiridolis. Ako shisa asanise. Vince James, I don't lay Walmart and send ya behind out of Bahadne get to the point she's ako. So I guess I did that for a while. So it in Andes Kidoli kodo present in Lagi. I even forgot your name. Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you.
Delegate Toth, Nana. We have questions and comments by Shiaja. Delegate Daniels.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I don't think Naa'bik'iyati committee. I don't think like myself review board report is yagi a papa here I don't know the creation but night the dog kissing it a cocoa a night the kissing some dash has tweet honorable tough I don't your heart three with a convey that black makes a mind or none they keep out in mind he enter mind the internet to cut is a to get so measure not for Cisco. The black nature review board is openness. So it are the Baban Faki, the Ila Enasness. So it are the court. This is the first time cut in the Hodo. We should report this man Hodo. Adonana Hodo, DJ, Ihasin Pro A. Buffalo Lati, that Resources and Development Committee. He would that again, that kid Donana. That hasn't got a report. As you know, she's Mohammed, Lakodo. So he 11 done, so he 11 the whole pass. So what are the Kodo a died the kid Kodo? I don't know Kodo, since Ayego, it is Ayego. The Konaveda, there's representatives, Kodo, board members. On Black Nature Review Board, as it at Danaha, Concord. Accord just the last term, with a Hashi and Halzisha down the way down 2022 at the way down Shanto chapter, the Katu Revolution. Could I did Hashla not that or no, could Shamak could Marsha Gray, Shanto chapter vice president, he could have the revolution and BJ. I don't know, Naval Nation Council, legislation, Shahakaliya, a Kodonagata, Naa'bik'iyati, a Yelena, Sling, Konagata, the square is to be on the Black Nature Review Board to represent our Council chapter. A Koegi, so has seen to yell, it is a call East. It's Kahishni Yacho at other United Kit. I don't know, as representative Leniki, Edo Hashin, so Edo IC, Hashin, so Edo IC, review board, Edo IC, it's not unnecessary. Edo Nana, Koto Hashin, so Edo, we are good, we are not so whole, then Halik Echo, but and Halato, baby kids are not unnecessary. So Edo Bahna, this kid, all this, Koto. I know that the great idea she took the oath. So could report in Lagi Kodo Shada. Could another kiddo is Miss Grey Eyes on Black is Miss Grey Eyes on Black Nature Review Board. Karish Ajit Hafita. I know that before Ms. Graya, Shanto had a representative, Ms. Anna Sullivan. He Hassan Nata, they come up Kodona Veda, and they like Vikina Hobby, me, Kodo. So that, I just keep on this. I don't know Kodona Veda, Shah Tuyana, Yashti, Ani, Kodo, Ray, Ani, Kodo, just saying, Raj Keda, Tinigi, I call Hashin Ram, the Krishina, Heho. Ta inmis Kodona Veda, Pledging Hada Gego. The Krishina, Lada Nach, Aronan Hashin Sope from Lenigi, in Reiki Washington, and Deco, Lada Nach, AIC, he had the sneed on this, Sahiki, in a great vicinity of Raj Kerma, Enigi, Hashin Soyego, Yekos, without Ecuador, Aroki Washington, yeah, the cows without Kayachimas, Enigi, the Nada Not Argo, Ecuador, Saint Jimmy, Gate Leko, take a Karigate or Tedako, that is Madonna Kodo, Chinito Hagate, a Kadako. So even Mexico Kodona Veda, Black Mesa Review Board from Neliki, that the coal mine operation is not their question to Ms. Barbara Shinto on this Kodo, since the mining operations are not there no more. The Black Mesa Review Board, is that going to go away too? So there will be a question to Ms. Barbara for so I need a question behind the kid of Hadida. I don't know even nationalists. I don't know written report is the Hagila. You should hold off sheet and so they couldn't get a report is the Hagila. Now, so we can put the Latin, you should hold off sheet. So, it is about we don't know about this kid or this. Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you very much.
Shiaj Kodo, Delegate Daniels on the kid. So I'm going to recognize that request first to have Ms. Barbroff give the interpretation of some of the purpose of the review board, and then also to the active members. I'm going to turn the floor over to Ms. Barbroff first, and then following word, do Kodoshi Yaj, Mr. Paul Madsen, and then you can follow with your responses after. Ms. Barbroff?
Thank you. Good morning, Naa'bik'iyati Committee. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. So one thing I'd like everybody who has their computer with them to check, I did send out earlier Black Mesa Review Board's statutory plan of operation from Title II. I think that will, and I actually, when I sent that out, I did highlight some provisions that I felt like were relevant to today's discussion. So Office of Legislative Counsel is of the opinion that the Black Mesa Review Board is still valid, and it still has a purpose, and it will be needed going forward. And that has to do with the fact that the plan of operations for the review board, it's at 2 NC 902. It states that the board will make recommendations on post-mining activities. Thus, there is still validity to the board and a need for the board. But this is not actually the Black Mesa Review Board, and Peabody are not my world of expertise, but we do have April Quinn on the line. And so I'm going to turn it over to April to talk a bit about the question of the validity of the board, given that the mining has ceased. After that, after April's finished and you've asked any questions you wish to April, then we'll come back to me and I'll talk a little bit about the board members, their status, etc. So, April, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dana and Navi committee members. I think that what Dana stated is correct, that according to 2 NNC 902, there is still a purpose for the Black Mesa Review Board, that it wasn't contemplated that once coal mining activities ceased, that the board would simply cease to exist, and that it didn't have a purpose. Section 902 specifically states that the board is to make recommendations having to do with post-mining operations, and that would include the reclamation that is currently ongoing at the Kayenta mine. And I think that the Navajo Central government has some outstanding issues with Peabody, including what assets the nation may want to keep. And so having the Black Mesa Review Board there to work with the Navajo Central government about what assets the nation may want to keep, and kind of be that local voice. The board can hear, the local community concerns, or, if the community or a chapter, if someone is interested in particular assets, then the Navajo Central government is really looking to the Black Mesa Review Board to express those concerns, right? And the Minerals Department has made that clear, that basically if anyone from the local community is interested in discussing the assets, to basically go to the review board, and then the board will then go to the Minerals Department to discuss assets, or it doesn't even have to be assets, it can be anything related to the reclamation. If there are any concerns about what Peabody is doing or isn't doing, then a good way to express those concerns would be through the review board, who would then relay the information to the Minerals Department, who is basically working closely with the federal government, with OSMRE on the reclamation activities. So there is, according to Title II, there is still validity in the board, and just from a practical perspective, I think a lot of people are looking to the review board to help assist with everything going on with respect to reclamation. So thank you.
Dana, back to you.
Thank you, April. I would like to point out that I'm very pleased that April Quinn now works for the Office of Legislative Counsel, and we're very pleased to have her on board. So the question about the appointments to the board. So I don't have all of the precise details, but if you will look at what I sent out, now I can't, give me just a second to find, I highlighted this section, now I can't seem to find it, but it is about the board appointments and the process. So I am looking at section 903, 2 NNC 903, and that's the section that speaks about appointments to the board. And if you will see, it states the requirements for the chapter appointments. It also states that one member shall be appointed by the speaker, and one member will be appointed by the president. It is my understanding, and I'm willing to be corrected, but it's my understanding that neither that both the speaker and the president are behind on their appointments. So after those, after an appointment are made, and that appointment is either made by the chapters, by the speaker and the president. Once they've made their appointment, then the appointments have to be presented to the Naa'bik'iyati committee, keeping in mind that the Naa'bik'iyati committee subsumed all the responsibilities of the Government Services Committee when the Title II amendments were made in 2011 to move the council from 88 members to 24. So after the appointments are made, they need to be confirmed by the Naa'bik'iyati committee. And once they're confirmed, then their term does not start until they've been administered an oath of office. So generally, once a member is appointed by either their chapter or the president or the speaker, then they are confirmed by NABI. After the confirmation by NABI, they need to be sworn in. Once they are sworn in, they are a valid member of the board. Now, as far as the details on the current appointment, I'm not sure if there's some hiccups along the way, but I have heard that that there's been some challenges with board members getting stipends, and so my office will look into that. We will reach out to DPM, payroll, etc. And so we will look into that. I just don't know what the hiccups are on those stipend payments. Back to you, Speaker. And I'm open for questions, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbroff. At this time, I turn the floor back over to Paul Mattson for your responses, additional responses.
Akoshine here, Nadine Kiri Adet, delegate to Che Yad, introduce myself. Che Paul Mattson is here. Chimbi Tode Nasha, Ado da Todichin in Slona Kid, Nebashichin, Ado Tlazlane, that's another, a shin, that's a che. Ado da Reboard 2010, Danshneya, it O couldn't you have not on that? She didn't so they put to stay every 4 years now, and that's what nobody's been taking the step up to the ins and down need to be told. So I've been going back in the other chapters. So what and the to the next former Chief Justice what the Satanet on Zaja, they don't deal with the doing is in the Gita. What's I don't lay Black Mesa's kids, J.A. the Nessa, Albert Bernard, which is what's the name? Anyway, Ade Nessa Satanet, Bobatanik, I don't know how to this day, I thought I want the non data. And our council, previous council delegate, Chaplain Dahil, I want not edge at Abadi, no apologies. And to this other Kadeni, Honara Badin, Kids Eel Chapter House, he representative, I said, that needs Cinch at Abadi, no, or what he wouldn't say, we don't have a representative from there. I don't like says, Shantudo. What on Zana hol Jesus lo need that Marsha Gray as Lini Kune Bahot has Leo. So she is a current member the adoption Elieda PAF Nal Sosagi Dojol Kate Nasan Data Nahata Nhatish in the do and which office staff Jido APF Nhande in that on here that 7 hit no Nijina or gonna so betchashona lo del na baneke. Ado the report on Nahatan Becha Hodji Nahatan before the pandemic a joy was net on it never to Nahot le air quality da and Chilson de says the part or you east hasho. So we asked for the request for the monitoring of the air quality. I don't let who does lean to the Kohida. Ada Hadel Zida Baneke. Hodgin lady, Ita Abeznego, the initial ea, late sort of day, Jehoda Schlister. Yadazi Trasa Noda, only Nedan Dal Shita do hot on Dal Noda, and do table granite, the one do ye the Tuske, the Nita Noda, Nelly Clad now. So we addressed it out to AP bodies, Mandri Arjabishdahil, Ado. Late and they're using grazing the Naa'bik'iyati any is used for grazing control, vegetation control, fire prevention. Chimney, I call ebed not losh nas in the catoj and nothing on the peabody person David person David Stodo, do hot either Nina Lieva Randa told Nisha no, the Itai Nahadat Negin Dao Ba Hot the Nils and they like Mesa United no the Neda Hill saw they could never large cat and incorporate that Iliago Everton Dale Nishne Ebenat Banase neatly the Atil was at the Nehine since the mine is not there though. And asked when it says, I don't know, has she had a brilliant on and as a limpa. But they don't let a teeny day, Harila teeny up and been at a teen or less. No, Edia bandit on one a quinte. Now, nation Joshi badet a teen adlish. A caution Sahone took at the teen, that's leisure less no listen to. But the only problem is, it says, I should be yet to listen to now nation about it on the daily road count. Is it feasible to work on it? There's really no traffic up there. What are the a bandit on one day? Hedila bin Adan teen, do Hedila a Han the fence and even Adan it no a recognition bevan al the bandit and to Sahoe and Barat a teen that is cardne Eskidan that Cadego a band that later but it not no one but it's not that happen yet John Lechego Yasatso says just Judika Heriada late 13 over 30 inches and Yasatso Ade the Naa'bik'iyati a Chimbitori Ajo a snow track Ajo and Chideni on Naa'bik'iyati de according and review board J.B. Besot then the Dod Shigit and Osad Naa'bik'iyati to recommendation Ebail the Neba Nikidea Bahasil Ado infrastructure na Zinigeya a previous administration infrastructure committee that no a heat is nil and they're the one that will determine hey what building bitnas nil this no a aji ikidati ni ado later short I need now nation minerals though OSM is it we usually let them know what needs to be done this year like today any not so sanana so bond release no I think it was in 11 door J19 no and issued the nebanda dot aspen yet there's a process they go through a federal energy deshi low a b that need ink at ani and tundol kahagedani that's what we're requesting Asian society deal neto list lead now sauce we get shinida and the monocopa wash egg is should chitso to le sanat aja the 80 baseline it they le no are that's the dirtiest part of it. You can't use it as a baseline. So we're asking them to move, find a different location to what is reasonably a quality sample. I don't know what that shit. No, we'll probably submitting a letter to the OSM. Because nahot ihalo do there is minimum guideline issue in the sadi dani apenage haita bed on the shins and the so we have to dissect those ourselves and he need on lay soil samples don't lay the double no artist soil sample the this is the baseline on this no but article has been contaminated so that sets the bar for eggy. So they can say that yes, there is a quality air, quality sand, soil. So 80 Danil Omani this gene I need or in and just they still have a recommendation at the Baolta. It says on the 14th when they will be making the tour and Hans up and Dajan Shigi Ishi Danil Idolis.
Goshina Shanala, Mr. Matson, just for clarification, colleagues, on some of the staff or the board members, we did have a meeting with the board, and as Ms. Bobroff did explain, Great Eyes, she has been active. We did have Chief of Staff look into this at her oath. She's been active as an active member, Delegate Daniels, since November 2022. Start she is an active member. We did. Chief of Staff is working on doing corrections on the PAF forms. Just for the record, though there's we have several recommendations from the Office of the Speaker for our appointment. Interviews. We did reach out to those individuals for their interviews, the cover letter, the resume, that but we will also give that official notice to the Office of the President and Vice President. And we can start working on those appointments. That one's from the Office of the Speaker. Delegate Vice Chair Simonson, I believe you're joining us via Zoom.
Oh, yes. Good afternoon.
Kudit, Delegate.
Okay. Oh, Madam Chair, Speaker Furley, although I didn't hear your name right, but and then also members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So I'm really, this is a really interesting report and conversation that we're having. And so I'm Jermaine Simonson. I am a delegate for the Zipijin region, Black Mesa, Whippoorwill, Forest Lake, Pinyon, Hard Rock. And so this is, it's interesting because there's just, it appears to me, reviewing the documents that were sent to us, that you were given, this review board was given a certain amount of powers to really represent the region in the aftermath of the mining. And so I think it saddens me, and I'm a little bit disappointed to hear that there's just so much important work that needs to happen after the closure of the mine and before Peabody absolutely walks away. I was at a community meeting back last year there in Forest Lake, where a lot of community members voiced their concerns about the way that reclamation is happening now. And so there was a lot of comments that were made. There was a lot of, stories of how they are adamant about a pre-mining, existence, pre-mining, what was there in the communities before it was mined, the plants, the vegetation, the trees. And so they wanted to reclaim to that standard. There's also some really good groups doing really good work, and they have a lot of documentation. And they're also trying to, get Secretary Holland to really look at this. And we got letters, and also the Hopi, there's Hopi representation, not Hopi tribe, but Hopi representation involved. And so how come, I'm just wondering, how come the groups can't come together to help each other out? And it just seems to me like everybody's being their own little islands and doing their own, work. That's not going to get anywhere. And then you have Black Mesa United again, which I had the chance to meet with them at least just once. One gentleman, I extended the opportunity to meet with them to hear about the work they're doing. And there was, only one member responded to me, and we had a Zoom meeting. So there's just so much work that needs to be done, and it's really critical. It's really important. And if this body here, the review board, is tasked, you're recognized by council and the president to do this work, then the work you have the opportunity to do it now. And so not only is reclamation an issue, you're looking at, we're not even addressing our shallow and our deep aquifers. And there's some indication that those things are contaminated too. And then you look at the wording in previous and prior agreements that say that if there is indeed contamination, then there will be other waters brought in. So what does that mean? And then the communities also talked about cultural and cultural property. There are some things taken while mining was happening, the artifacts, and they want to know where those are at and how can they be returned. And so those are just a few of the issues that still remain. In addition to the assets, in addition to the Mini-Mills, water line, obtaining that well too, and the storage, there's just so much work to be done. And the fact that, this group it sounds like this unhinged, or nobody's interested in the work, that's concerning to me, because there's a lot of work to be done, and we need those people who know what the issues are to really do the work. And so, Speaker and the President's office, you really need to put some folks in there that are really going to help push this work. While we have, people like Secretary Holland in the Department of Interior at this time, we really need OSM to step up to the plate. Our mineral resources, and let's listen to the people. And then the other question I have is was there a budget given to this group to operate? And what does that budget look like? And so, like Mr. Herman Daniels said, and I say it again and again, that we pumped $50 million per year into the Navajo Nation coffers for 40, 50 years. And it would be a disservice if this group was established and given no budget whatsoever. And perhaps that's part of the problem. And so those are going to be my concerns. I will be touring the area. Delegate Shandine Parrish and I will be up in the Mini Meals Project area, I believe the 19th. We're going to be in attendance with RDC on the 20th. And then also, I really would like, RDC to really be involved in this. And we really want, to make sure that our communities are made whole again. So,
Vice Chair Simonson for raising numerous questions and concerns. For our next speaker, and we have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton joining us via Zoom.
Thank you, Speaker. And then also, I think you said Mr. Matheson is your name. I apologize. My air conditioner turned on right at the moment when you said your name, so I apologize if I got that incorrect. But I want to know, what do you think is a reason why people are not applying for these positions? Looking at the law, I understand that you're supposed to have 7 members in the Black Mesa Review Board. However, I guess it sounds like you're not at that stage, or people are just kind of having to fill those positions all over again. And I'm asking because I know that sometimes the requirements may be a little bit hard to overcome. And I know that one of the requirements that I was seeing here is that you have to be fluent in both English and Navajo. And I know that the Navajo requirement, the fluency, has been an issue with filling a lot of these positions. So could that possibly be one of the reasons why you're not seeing people applying for these positions? Number 2 is, and this is kind of in lines, or maybe it does answer the question raised by Delegate Jermaine Simonson, but the last year's budget, it looks like you guys did receive funding, and you guys do get stipend, board, I guess, payment, meetings, and then you guys have money for office supplies. So you guys do have a budget for the Black Mesa Review Board. And I noticed that in the program performance criteria, your goals is to keep Navajo Nation leaders updated regarding Peabody mining multiple impacts. And then I know that you also state that you'll submit quarterly reports to the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. I guess in terms of keeping up with that first goal. But I just wonder, and I did a search back into my email, maybe it's because I don't have you in my email thread, but as council, we don't get those reports. I've never seen it during the 24th, and I don't see it now on the 25th. So how do we get copies of those reports so that we can keep up with what's happening with the reclamation process? You also have that you'll coordinate with Peabody on reclamation works and plans, and you'll monitor reclamation by physically touring reclaimed areas. How many of the physically reclaimed areas has the board visited? Your goal statement 3 is that you would maintain communication between Peabody and local residents. And it says you would do this by hosting regular open meetings, including the public and Peabody management. I can see that this may have gone on when Peabody was still in operation, but since the shutdown, how many times has the board met with the community to provide communication to them on what's going on with the reclamation process? You also have served as key coordinator on ongoing infrastructure projects and plans, And in there, you have seek funds and work with Indian Health Services, HUA, and MECA to finish each phase of Many Mules water line project. I think of Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair and how, he always advocated for the Many Mules water line project, and I guess that what I'm trying to say is we never got a report on that. We don't know where the board is in achieving that goal. And then the last one for goal statement 5, you have adverse impact on Peabody lease residents for living in the Navajo Hopi partitioned lands. And you have work with Navajo Nation Council to amend grazing plans for Navajo Hopi partitioned lands. And I bring this up because you do get funds from you do get general funds, and part of that requirement for the divisions and the departments is to submit these program performance criterias. And usually we measure, there's a measurement that's, I guess, a self-measurement on how you guys are doing with these goals, and then how you're planning to achieve them. And but at the same time, I'm hearing the report, and I too have questioned, and I think that's why Delegate Daniels had asked for this report. I too have questioned, whether we should continue to give money to the board in those instances where many of these goals that are stated by your board are not really being achieved, or they're not being met. And so usually in those instances, as a delegate, I always try to ask, what can I do to help? What can I do, as a delegate, to either fill the board positions, or, how can I help with, with the laws that are currently in place that maybe need to be amended? Like what can I do to help assist the Black Mesa Review Board based on the plan of operations that have been submitted? And then also, the budget goals that you've submitted during the 2023 budget session. What can we do as the 25th Navajo Nation Council to help the Black Mesa Review Board if you guys are going to continue to do what it is that you're saying you're doing? And again, I think this is the first time that we're ever getting a report from the Black Mesa Review Board, aside from the seeing a few of you at budget sessions. But I just need some clarification on, again, as I say, what can I do to help you as a delegate? Because obviously we just got the report from EPA, and reclamation is still a huge part of the efforts in cleaning up what the coal mines did here to the Navajo people and to the Navajo Nation. But how can we help you to be successful? How can we help you to reach out to the communities, to share information? One day I met with Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, and we drove around his whole entire communities. 6.5 hours is how long it took. He showed me, his roads. He also showed me the community of Many Mules and how they don't have their water lines in place. He also, showed me what, the mine did to its communities. We got to see, some of the homes, the Navajo homes that were abandoned because of the Hopi relocation. So it was a 6.5 hour tour of his community. And so I just, I think about his community. I think about the people that I met during that time, that, the Saturday that we met, to do this. And then I also think about, the people who still they don't have any water. And we have this COVID money that we're sitting on. So again, my question to you is what can we do to help you? How can we help you to achieve the goals that you staked in your budget criteria, but also, the goals that are outlined within the law? Is it time to amend the law to focus on something different? Or, is the Black Mesa Review Board, do you recommend maybe changing the number of, the number of members to be on the board? So provide us some input on that. Thank you.
Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, for a lot of your recommendations and also questions here to our presenter. Kwadoshana, Mr. Madsen, we'll give you back the floor for some of those questions.
Goshina here, Council Delegates, I didn't that kiri, and yes, Nivji in the hotel, I says, yeah, we do reach out to councils to help support us in this, the board itself, like says, first of all, like says, we still need a representative from there. We are currently to make a quorum to have a meeting is it takes four members to have a meeting, and we're right about just exactly 4 right now. And we are absence of 7 people to be a part of it. So if one cannot make a meeting, we have to move the meeting until we have a full quorum. We still wish to have somebody help us move that forward. At least we can start moving forward with it. And resolution 8 nebandel I need the nebji na hot yo ishin yon ego like example for there's a no chill sayu chiribki bitash jail tahit jail has been grown a lot of the not just weed see the khatain settle like oh you children dan say itani ajo da allows jail halo. And we do make the recommendation on behalf of as a resolution body and do todo loud nebada ni ki do ani minimum water line project A maybe I can probably introduce that kidan late and kiya need in ana da bit that is said da jot ot net today yi kid net disti to atot ya it losa phase 1 kat thought as tina khida but is nisto ilsho eliago atodishi to atohata kiesta into a do oeh betracht na nalze tobranan li aro to inspect na ne but na no okay one za hol just and at least I want to see the water turn on eggs and the nebainch kill in there so that's ani ebenich na hoti I ti council ya sata legi on the 1920 issue yet asking what to on at least we can start the next phase Naa'bik'iyati non we can still make that happen that no even David permittees each and das what shade or quedo no yes maybe what that maybe we asking for a council or someone to legally step in or something to make it happen. It was 28 homes shneya tobado sahan but in how to itahi the hidneta kweket on edo kunto dot loss and he didn't know. So we had to make that as a phase 4. Ehut abendelish and let's see. Needless is the budget we have. This is the board receives $250 on stipend check per month. Although in the Peabody beslahit leo $100 in khana eben khabelan nito to illa beso ni chol in the just enough to otho ina khane biga and beni khana lo to Navajo Nation there. With here.
Thank you for your responses. We have Vice Chair Simonson online.
Thank you again, Speaker Curley. Many Mills water line behind the Mr. Madsen. Just know that Delegate Shunding Parrish and I have had a couple of meetings with NTUA, IHS Water Resources. And so the last meeting that we had, we pulled in DOJ and Madam AG Ethel Branch. And so she called a meeting really quickly, and what is needed to obtain, well, two, is to obtain that asset, the Navajo Nation. And so we've asked one for an interim agreement, and while we're working on, a final agreement, but in attendance to the one meeting was Marie Shepherd from Peabody. So that is moving along again. And so we've kind of just, while DOJ is collecting previous efforts as well as, having additional meetings with IHS and Water Resource, we're ambitious in our goal, and we said that, at least Shantine Parrish and I said that we want to see water flowing by the end of summer. So that's something that Shantine Parrish and I have been really following closely and making sure and we brought the people together to, go forward on the next steps. So that's our priority in getting that phase one going and getting water to 62 homes. But we're also, learned that phase 2, 3, and 4 are fully funded as well. So right as soon as we're done with phase 1, we'll be moving and following those other projects. And so it's really important work, and we are, we're in there and doing the work. So thank you, Eugenia Charles Newton, delegate, for that tour of our region. I sort of heard about it at the time, and but I appreciate that you took the time to, look at the communities that have sacrificed coal and water, and also, there was human sacrifice as well, because today we continue to, survive with all the traumas, from all the trauma that was inflicted due to loss of land. And so we continue to deal with those things to date. But also, I see on the document that, representation is only limited to the physical location where the mining took place. And I think we need to recognize that there were surrounding communities whose in aquifer the waters were used. And so they might not have been a location physically where the mining took place, but certainly their water source was used. And so we should probably amend that document to reflect that other communities such as Pinyon and Hard Rock need to be included as sending representative or to be represented on the board. So I would make that recommendation, and then perhaps I can work with our legal department with that. So that'll be the extent of my comments again. Thank you.
Colleagues, although Vice Chair Simonson, for your recommendations today. Colleagues, if there's any other questions, I return back the floor to our presenter, Kodoshana, Mr. Paul Matson.
Hakwashin here, I didn't ideal kiri, Delegate Simons, I need opinion can be on it. That says, on the review board, not review board, I'm sorry, on the Peabody settlement claim, Ade Peso, Elatobza, Nito, Bas, Itan delegate, previous delegate before Yellow Hair Ade, and A Kumbaji is the sixth that made it the sixth chapter that received the funds. So any funds that was ever assigned to anything, it goes to the chapter, because the review board is not it's an entity that's a recommendation. We're not certified to handle any account with Adalia. Thank you.
Mr. Madsen. And just on behalf of the Speaker's office, we are going forward with some of the recommendations that were given to us, and then once we get those additional resumes or letter of interest, interview that and we'll give that same message also to the Office of the President and Vice President. And colleagues, if there are any other questions from the floor or online, we do have a motion and a second in place for the report. We have Chair Parrish online.
Yeah, Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, Chair, we can hear you in the chambers.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you, Speaker, for allowing me this time to make some comments on the report. Thank you to the colleagues who have also asked questions and provided comments to today's report as well. It's been a good discussion. And I just wanted to say hello to my Che, Paul Madsen. Thank you for coming to the council chambers today to provide the report. And I just wanted to kind of echo what Chair Eugene and Charles Newton had asked earlier. I think that, with this new council, that we'd like to know how the 25th Navajo Nation Council can support the Black Mesa Review Board and being successful in making sure that the people who are represented through the Black Mesa Review Board are properly heard, and also so that we can continue to move forward. I know Delegate Simonson and I have been diligently working with the entities to continue the work on the Mini Mules water line, and just with the understanding of community support. But it would be even more meaningful to hear directly from the Black Mesa Review Board on some of those topics moving forward. So I just wanted to make a few comments, and I just wanted to thank Shiche Paul Madsen for being with the council today, our Naa'bik'iyati committee, and providing the report today. I'm grateful that Delegate Simonson are working together on some of the issues that are pertinent, some of the things that we've all grown up with, and we wanted to make the change as soon as possible. Thank you, Speaker. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Chair, for your recommendation and insight too. Ado Kodoshi Doshla not Doshkida. Second call. Third call. And then Ado Kodo staff Nikika deal with for a roll call vote for the report.
Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Helena Nesbegay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green via text. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota votes green via text. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green via text. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green via text. Honorable George Tolth, how do you vote? Honorable George Tolth. Honorable George Tolth did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Voting is now locked. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito votes green via text. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green via text. Going back up to Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable George Tolth, how do you vote? Honorable George Tolth did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So did not vote. For the record, Honorable Lamardo S. Surratt, Brenda Jesus, Casey Allen Johnson, and Danny Simpson are excused. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 14 delegates who voted in favor, 2 delegates who oppose, with Madam Chair Crystalline Crowley not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 14 in favor and 2 opposed, and with chair not voting. Thank you, Kodo Shana. Mr. Mattson. For the record, we do have Delegate Damon and Delegate Tolt with green vote, so that does change the vote to 16 in favor, 2 opposed, with chair not voting. Colleagues, we do have three more reports to go. We have C, report from Department of Agriculture regarding stipends, report provided by Department of Agriculture staff. Department of Agriculture in person here in the chambers or online. For the record, the staff this morning did reach out to Department of Agriculture for their presence for the meeting today. Department of Agriculture, if you are with us on Zoom, you can press unmute or *6. Second call for Department of Agriculture via Zoom. Third call. We don't have the Department of Agriculture here with us in their chambers or via Zoom. We'll move forward with D, report from Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, NTUA. Delegate Daniels, via Zoom.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture. The great officials, Idaho Land Boards, How can we bring Department of Agriculture before the council to give a report regarding that stipend? Yeah, going on, going there with that grave and you get us for a month, 2 months with a hundred questions. I don't think that you indicated that the man came on me. Yeah, I think it's Madam Chair.
Hakoshi Haha Kodo Anishi Itil Delegate Daniels from feeling the frustration from our grazing officials throughout the Navajo Nation. Jokodoshi will reach out again to the department and also to the executive branch's chief of staff, Mr. Sandoval. We do have a next Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting within 2 weeks. I believe it's on the 22nd, June 22nd, Auto July 13th. Ada will make sure they provide a report to us, or even earlier, a written report. Shiaj Delegate Daniels. Colleagues, we'll continue to move down with our agenda down to Report D from NTOA, NHA, LIHEAP regarding assistant programs. We'll go first with NTOA if they are online.
Yes, hello, good morning. This is Orlando Pete with NHA, or I'm sorry, with NTOA. I will be presenting today with Mr. Martin Ashley. Am I able to share screens?
Yes, you can share your screen, and for the record, we do have Mr. Pete online here with NTOA. We'll go first with their report, and then we'll move on to NHA.
I appreciate it. Also on the line with me presenting is Martin Ashley. Mr. Ashley, maybe we can start with your introduction, and then I'll continue and then move forward with the presentation.
Hakoshi Shiaj. Mr. Ashley.
Yate, Madam Chair and Naa'bik'iyati Committee, Shea Government Liaison to Noaya Chinanashnate, Navajo Travel Utility Authority, but Ado Natotanet Hachininch, Ashin Bashis Sinajin the Shado Twitchin in the Shinaleko, Bashi get the naked that Neslashin Banahadilne. High hold Jashi base of date on then they are able to hold Jasha done 2022. What is she quite hold Jashi Banahadilne? Orlando?
Thank you. So my name is Orlando P. I work as an assistant controller here. My clans are at Senjikin born for Tosoni. And what we want to do is just give a brief overview of our past two program and the status of the applications and some of the progress that we've been making. This slide here kind of gives an overview of our past two program. At the end of September in 2022, there was essentially 10 million that was encumbered in partnership with NHA to provide one-time utility assistance for NTOA customers. Once this decision was made, we had moved forward very quickly. Within about a month and a half, we had started our outreach program, which started in November. This was the beginning of phase one. That lasted through about the middle of February. In that time, our focus was intake, completing applications to reach as many customers as we could to let them know that this program was available. Because this is a one-time assistance, we wanted to make sure that we gave ourselves enough time to meet with the customers, assist them with their applications, and then move them through the process. As we moved into phase two, this lasted until the end of April. This was a little bit more focused for us. So when we looked back at phase one, we saw that of our past due customers, there were still about 71% of them who had not applied. And as we moved into phase two, our outreach was a little bit more targeted. We had identified customers who hadn't applied. We began more outreach. We used direct mail. We also made home visits for some of these customers. We provided notary services at our district offices, so we were still continuing to do intake through phase one and phase two. Our media campaign was always running, so we had our social media posts as well as radio announcements. We also began to use a text messaging service to let customers know that they may be missing applications or to give them updates about the status of their applications. And in the beginning of May, we moved into sort of our third phase of the program, and this phase included disconnections. We had made the decision to begin disconnections because we understand that this grant has a due date or a cutoff date of the end of September. So in order for us to meet that deadline and to give the most benefit to our customers, we were still seeing as we came out of phase two that many of our past due customers had not applied for the program. And there is a slide where I'll get into a little bit later for some of the reasons that we suspect they may not have come in. But disconnections at this point was really the last effort that we put forward because since November, we had been hosting outreaches. We had been doing as much as we could to let customers know that this program was available. And then disconnections was really the last phase that we moved into. This next slide is going to show some additional reasons that we had to move into our disconnection phase. We had not disconnected since March of 2020. So it's been about over 3 years that we have not disconnected residential customers. What began the talks between NTUA, Department of Social Services, and NHA was we had originally decided to begin disconnections in September of last year. We had delayed that in part because President Nez had coordinated a meeting. Out of that meeting is where we identified the $10 million with NHA to assist with utilities. And so we had delayed our disconnections for that reason. So the slide that you see here is the comparison of what our aging looked like in September. So the blue is the position that we were in September. At that time, we had a little over 9,000 customers who were past due. They carried a balance of about $10 million. Fast forward that now to the end of May, and we've seen that aging, what customers owe us, increase by about 4.3 million. One important thing to notice with what you're seeing here is this month in May is the first month that we've actually seen our aging go down. Because we had not been disconnecting, our aging had continued to grow. The high customers than 17.5 million. And this was a balance that NTUA had been carrying, and we are in the position now that we had to make some business decisions because in part we need the cash to continue to function, to continue to operate on our side. And to put this into a little further context, historically, what our past due aging amount was, so if we looked at the same graphs, we were to do the same comparisons at the end of 2019, that aging, so where you're seeing 10 million, 17.5 million, 14 million, that past due amount was historically less than 750,000. So there's been a significant increase over the past 3 years, and the program is an attempt to help assist our customers with paying down some of these balances. And this slide here will show some of the progress that we've made with our applications. The numbers at the top, so you can read these from left to right and the orange to red. In total, our residential customers owed us about 17.3 million. 41,000 residential customers. When you pull out all of those who are current, who have balances less than 30 days, the past due balance is now 14.4, carried by a little over 14,000 customers. And these are the customers that we're really hoping to assist. To date, what we've accepted through our past due program is 6,500 applications, and you can see in the bottom right broken out by Navajo Nation agency. On the left, you can see the progress or the status of some of these applications. So of the 6,500, about 2,900 are incomplete, so this could be missing information. Part of this program requires us to verify income. It requires us to collect data so that when we submit this to NHA and then later to HUD, that the income is documented accurately and correctly. So the incomplete could represent missing information. It could represent perhaps names are misspelled on a CIB, and that would label it as incomplete. The next section, complete, this is what is in our current quality review process. These are now staged to give to NTUA, or NHA rather, for eventual drawdown and payout. To date, what NHA has assisted with is 2.3 million, and they've assisted a little over 1,300 homes. And there are some ineligible that we've identified. This could be for income limits. This could be because the accounts have been closed. We're seeing applications for accounts that have been closed like 5 or 10 years, and this program is not designed to assist those accounts. This slide here kind of just shows another visual of what I presented earlier. This shows us the past due customers, so you can see the teal colored section are past due customers who have not applied. So there's still about 68% of them who have not come in to apply. That group carries a balance of about 6.1 million, and then the other colors will show the status of the different applications. Earlier I talked about our disconnections, and so this is the phase we're in now. At the beginning of May, I think since then we've disconnected around I want to say about a little over 2,000 customers. But we took a phased approach when we went into this, because if customers had created an installment plan or a payment arrangement, those customers currently are not subject to disconnection. Customers who have an application that's been entered, a past due application entered into our system, also are not subject to disconnections currently. What you see here is the total number of customers broken out into different tiers. So from left to right, you're seeing customers who carry a balance of 2,500 or more, customers who carry a balance of 750, 250, and then anything that's over, anything that has a past due balance. The teal again shows what these are past due customers who have not applied for the program. The kind of gold yellow color represent the group of customers who have applied and their applications are now in progress. We did put a large push to process past due customers with the larger balances that we had in hand, and so that's why you can see a little bit of you can see that demonstrated with how the colors are laid out on the screen here. So yeah, very briefly, just a high-level update of where we were with the program, the status of some of the applications. So we'll open it up now for any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Pete, for your report and presentation. On the agenda, colleagues, we do have NTUA, NHA, and LIHEAP within the same discussion. At this time, I'd like to see if NHA is here online here with us via Zoom.
I am acting in the absence of interim CEO Naa'bik'iyati, so NHA is on the line. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You have the floor to provide a report.
Okay. Good afternoon, 25th Navajo Nation Council, Madam Chair Curley, NTUA, and other guests that are on the line. Again, this is Terry Lynn Cook. I am the Chief Administrative Officer for Navajo Housing Authority. In terms of the updates for Navajo Housing Authority, a lot of the implementation for the emergency assistance for utility payments is really contingent upon the implementation plan of NTUA. And at this time, I know that Mr. Pete had talked about the quality review process for these applications in terms of the applicants that are, the drawdowns that are happening with HUD. So in terms of the updates right now, all of the quality review and the processes that are in place have been reviewed by HUD, and there's no question in terms of that. So those protocols are currently put in place, and right now, as they're reporting the 2.3 million, I do have our interim CFO, Nellie Gilmore, on the line to see what we have in terms of reporting regarding the expenditures and drawdowns to complete 10 million. So Nellie, can you please provide that financial update in terms of what we have submitted to HUD? Good afternoon, Nellie. Perhaps Ms. Gilmer got cut off the line, but just reiterating the summary that I have provided, a lot of the implementation is contingent upon the applications being received by NTUA, and I know that they're putting those applications together in batches. And as we receive them, we're sending them over to HUD. So we are currently awaiting the next batch from NHA. But that's the overall summary report that Navajo Housing Authority has. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. With NHA, colleagues, we still have about 5 minutes here on the clock for report. So if anyone from the LIHEAP program is also online here with us. Navajo Nation Division of Social Services with a LIHEAP program. If you are online here with us, you can press unmute or *6. A second call for Navajo Nation Division of Social Services, LIHEAP program. Colleagues will try to reach out again to the program if we are still on the report. Third call. So colleagues, we did get a verbal report from NTUA and also NHA. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the report. Do we have a motion? We have a motion by Vice Chair Slater. Do we have a second? Second by Delegate Ricky Nez. Thank you, colleagues. We do have a motion and a second for two reports from NTUA and NHA. For request to speak, we have Delegate Crotty online.
Thank you.
Delegate Crotty, if you're here with us online.
Yes, East Chair Curley, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity and for NQA and NHA to provide the report regarding what was submitted to the delegates. And as I forward this to districts and other concerned Navajo citizens, I appreciate the dynamic that NQA is saying pre-COVID or pre-pandemic. They were looking at maybe $750,000 of unpaid accounts, and how that has increased throughout the pandemic to now, approximately 10 to $14 million. That, to me, as a lawmaker, that tells a story of what's going on in our Navajo homes. And what I'm not hearing back from this report, or in terms of if there's been any case management or from the home visit, exactly what is the situation on our families and our relatives who cannot afford the price, cannot afford the price of the fees and the charges of NQA to keep on their electricity. What have they found on the ground when it comes to some of these challenges? As delegates, where I would leave individual accounts on why someone or a family just could not make the payment. In our last report, we had talked about this. Although NQA says there hasn't been an increase of fee, there certainly has been an increase of monthly amount that's due. I can only look at my own personal NQA bill and can see that whatever algorithm is created by NQA, they are asserting that there's an increase of usage, whether that's electricity or water, and I cannot understand how whatever accounting system or reporting system that NQA is currently using can account for this increase if it's minimal, if the usage in electricity or the usage of water output is minimal, that this increase continues to rise. And so I want to see if they've been able to pull and make sure that their own system is accounting properly, whether it's how the meters are read, if they're doing home, not surveys, but if they're going to the homes and doing some random surveying and making sure that their technology is in fact accurate on how electricity is either being used and consumed and how that's being reported. We do have not only LIHEAP, but there should be other programs to help our relatives with weatherization. Also understanding the dynamic of at what point is the NQA bill, more than 25% of the income or funding that a family has to utilize electricity. I would want to know more on how, as a delegate, we can support our relatives who are experiencing increased amount. This is creating a huge stress. I do not want to discount the type of stressful conversations from community members of all different realms. So if you're telling the story in your head this is an individual who doesn't pay their bills or doesn't want to pay their bills. That has not been my experience. These are sometimes working families on limited fixed income, and now they're seeing such an increase in their electricity bill, or they incurred an increase during the pandemic, and they still haven't caught up on that financial disparity that has happened to them, whether it was job, whether home location, whether school bills, whether now, having to take care of their elderly, financial, breadwinner. So I need to understand a little bit more, because NHA, and what I would need from NHA is, as we heard that only batches are going through, how much of that $10 million, if you could point to the presentation, has been allocated? Because what also is compounding this issue is community members are saying they haven't received an update from NQA, which could be complicated because of working with some of the NHA dollars. And I'm going to look at my email. I believe DOJ at our last report provided some guidance on how we could look, or if utility payments are an option. And I think at this point, I'd like to continue to suggest and recommend, if there's going to be about $100 million in the hardship that is not going to be distributed, that we look at what could it be to help support utility payments here on Navajo Nation with the money that was reverted through NHA assistant program. I think that was, $68 million. And then we haven't heard from other utilities. I'm not sure if APS is seeing this dynamic, Jemez Electric, Continental Divide, others who serve and provide electricity on Navajo, and what are some other ways that we could look at maybe future regulation of our utility service, no regulation here on Navajo. How do we know the price and the type of services that are provided? There's some creating a regulatory body to oversee, or at least to look at the different explanations. And communication, maybe that's more of broadband, but not really something that focuses in on our utilities here when it comes to electric payments and water payments. Those are my questions at this time. Department of Justice is on the line. Please remind me if there's an opportunity here to help develop some type of relief across the board when it comes to utility payments. I'm not looking at just to help individuals who have an outstanding bill, but there's just, this funding can also be used for families who now are, paying their bill, but it's coming at a cost where they're not able then to use some of their fixed income on, let's say, nutritious food or transportation, or they're cutting out other necessities to try to keep their bill in order. Thank you.
Delegate Karate, I believe all of her questions were towards NTUA, and then one particular to DOJ. So we'll make sure they are on the line, and we'll give them some time later on in the discussion to provide a response. Next in queue, we do have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, Chair, we can hear you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Pete, for the presentation. I did I did ask NTUA to present this information because there are many of our Navajo people who are trying to address the 12-month payment plan that NTUA has put them on. I did meet with several of our elders who shared stories with me about how they just went and they pawned everything that they had, their jewelry, their blankets. And in one instance, one elderly couple, the man just about cried when he said that he had to pawn his saddle so that he could, start making payments towards the NTUA bill that he received. And as Delegate Prati stated, I think many people believe that people just don't want to pay their bills, when in actuality, we forget that COVID happened. We forget that, people lost breadwinners in their family. We forget that many of our people, couldn't work because of COVID, because maybe they had an underlying condition, or, because their place of employment was shut down. So it's like we're coming out of COVID, yet we forget that COVID happened. And in that instance, talking to that elderly couple, it was really sad to hear them say that they lost 2 sons because of COVID, both of whom were the breadwinners, both of whom came home, took care of mom and dad, and contributed to paying the bills. Well, when they passed because of COVID, the elderly couple explained to me that they were, they had to pay for not only one funeral, but 2 funerals. And so naturally, the bills went to the side, because the importance in that situation was, to get their relatives buried. And so as a result of that, their bills started to accumulate, and they found themselves in a situation where they had to decide, are we going to pay this bill, or are we going to, eat for the week? And so, there are many, many stories where I think as delegates, we hear this, and we relay that there's some relief coming. And oftentimes, I know, speaking as just one delegate, many people ask, when are we going to start seeing, that relief? As was stated, there's no communication coming down the pipeline when it comes to when these applications will be approved. That's not only talking about the NTUA, NHA, it's past utility, relief, but it's also with LIHEAP, and then also many of our Navajo Nation programs. So I think that communication, it's key. What I didn't see in the presentation is, how do people get status updates on their application? And then most importantly, how do people get information on the timelines for approval? And then, how much money, I guess, are you guys relaying to them how much money is going to be used towards paying off their past due accounts? I didn't hear that in your presentation, so I need to get a little bit more clarification when it comes to this part of sharing information. As for what Delegate Prati stated with the increase, my bill went from $138 to $400 a month. And I too questioned, why is there an increase? Everything, is still the same. Nothing has changed. I think the only thing that has changed from 2020 to today is I am out of the house more than I was during 2020, 2021, and even 2022. So it just doesn't make sense that, that our utility bills have increased. And a lot of people have shared that. And I even asked that question on Facebook. I asked the simple question of, have your NTUA utility bills increased? If you look back at that post, I would say about 95% of the people who responded said yes, they've seen an increase. And as Delegate Prati stated, there was an explanation that there's not an increase in fees. So how do you explain the increase then? And I know that I was told that there's an increase in usage. That didn't make sense to me, and it still doesn't make sense to me, because I was home more during COVID than I was now, and it just seems so funny that all of a sudden now, when I'm not at home, as much, my electricity bill has tripled 3 times the amount. So I too, I want to know, why there's an increase in these bills. And I ask that question because based on your presentation here, and please, I always say I'm not great at math. So I'm going to try to do this using my calculator here on my phone. But if the average electricity bill is $400 a month, and let's multiply that by 12, that's $4,800. Multiply that by 2 years, which would be 2020, 2021, that's $9,600. So if a person whose average bill was $400 a month, if they lost their job to COVID and they were out of work for 2 years, it's likely that their bill is $9,600 at that point. And that's past due. So I mean, every month that number is going to be accumulating, right? But if you take that and you divide that by 12 months, that means that's $800 a month just to pay their past due amount for the past 2 years. And then you add on the regular $400 a month that they use their electricity. That's $1,200 a month for paying electricity. And that's what I don't understand is who came up with this 12-month payment plan. Because when NTUA reported this issue, it sounded as if NTUA was going to be working with the Navajo people in paying back these past due accounts. But putting somebody on a 12-month repayment plan, that is, to me, that is unconscionable. Because imagine you buy a vehicle for $10,000, even the bank gives you 5 years to pay that back at a maximum. I mean, granted, the percentage rate would probably be high in that, but the bank is willing to work with you to pay that money back. So why isn't NTUA working with the Navajo people to pay that money back? We know it has to be paid back. We know that, many of our Navajo people are recovering from COVID. Many of them are, barely going back to work. Some of them can't go back to work because of the after effects of COVID. So what is NTUA doing, aside from the 12-month repayment plan, to try to get, relief in place? And then, how can we help at council? And I say that because right now we know that, with ARPA money, there was over $1 billion given to the Navajo Nation. We know that many of those are project related. They're all related to project, but like Delegate Crotty stated, if there's going to be, funding that was authorized for hardship the last time, and that money hasn't been used, perhaps that's money that we can just put into helping to pay down some of these bills, but that's just an idea. Which brings me to my next question, which is you stated that many of the people who did apply were ineligible for income purposes. I want to know, because this was COVID money, and I know that with COVID, there were hardly any restrictions. And I know that when the Navajo Nation received COVID money, those restrictions, they didn't apply to somebody who was over a certain income. So I'm guessing that because this is COVID NHA money, that, this is a requirement. I want to see that requirement from the federal government stating that a person has to be, that they have to be income eligible. Otherwise, I'm just going to assume that, like NHA always does, they're creating these barriers that are making it impossible for our Navajo people to apply and to get approved. And I stated it before and I'll state it again. COVID didn't discriminate based on how much money you made each year. COVID didn't discriminate on who was more educated versus who was less educated. COVID affected everybody across the board. It didn't matter how much money you made and how smart you were, how many degrees you had, whether you had a high school diploma, you were living under a certain income, it didn't discriminate. So I want to know with those COVID funds, where does it state that a person has to be eligible, for the, I guess, income eligible in order to receive some of this money? And again, this is the COVID money, is my understanding. Perhaps I'm wrong on this, but I need to see where that is a requirement. I can understand the CIB, requirement, but I also know that, and Speaker, this is where I think that we're going to need help from the 25th Navajo Nation Council. We always talk about our divisions and departments working in silos. And this is an example of how these silos are creating barriers for our Navajo people. And I say that because it just, to me, seems like all NTUA has to do is just pick up the phone to say, hey, CIB office, John Doe, his CIB number is 1234556. Can you verify that, John Doe has this CIB number? Instead, we require Navajo people to go to the CIB office. Mind you, the CIB office was closed during COVID and just recently opened, but they had to go to the CIB office to obtain a copy of their CIB, take that CIB, attach it to the application, send the application in, and I can tell you that there's a lot of people who probably, when they got their CIB, didn't ask for 6 or 7 copies. They probably only asked for 1, thinking that people would make copies of the CIB. But I know that in some cases, applications did require the original CIB to be attached. So again, I feel like there are all of these barriers that are put in place for our Navajo people. So I need to see, in terms of the being ineligible for income, I need to see the federal requirement that states that for this COVID money. And that will maybe help me to be able to explain to the Navajo people that it's not NHA asking these, for these documents. It's not NTUA, but it is the federal government who is asking for this. So, Speaker, I appreciate you putting this on the report section of Naa'bik'iyati today. I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't get a report from LIHEAP. I know that many of our Navajo people have applied either with the NTUA past due account program. Some of them applied with NHA directly, but we know that that $68 million was sent back from NHA. And then some applied with LIHEAP, but they're also getting the same runarounds from LIHEAP. Meanwhile, the bills are piling up, especially when it comes to NTUA. And then my very last question is for those individuals who have a health issue. How are we helping them? How are we helping these individuals, who have to have their insulin refrigerated or their medication refrigerated, or our elders who are on oxygen, or some who have sleeping disorders and require I think it's called a CPAP for their face to help them breathe. How are we helping these individuals? Are we also putting them on a 12-month repayment plan? Or is there something else that NTUA is looking into in terms of disconnecting those who have, medical devices at home that they rely on? Thank you, Speaker. Those are all of my questions. Thank you, colleagues.
Hakashi Chair Charles Newton and Delegate Crotty for your questions. I'm going to take on one more from our colleague for questions and answers before I return the floor to NTUA and also NHA. And we do have Mr. Thomas Cody here with Navajo Nation Division of Social Services here, who just came into the chambers. And after NTUA and NHA's responses, and we'll give him the floor if there's no objections for his report. Delegate Dr. Andy Ness.
Thank you, Speaker, and to my colleagues here in the chambers, as well as those online, staff, and general public. Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you, Mr. Pete, as well as Mr. Ashley, for providing the updates. I know since the disconnections have began to occur last month, I would do periodic check-ins with NTUA, just again to see how I can also assist. But one of the main questions I had at the time when disconnections started occurring was those health-related conditions of our people who rely on oxygen or other medical appliances. And the response that I received was that, NTUA is identifying those individuals in their system with supply guarantee, and that house visits are coordinated before disconnecting to minimize health risks and make sure the household is aware so they can make an effort to avoid disconnecting. And Mr. Pete, I'm sure you will be able to elaborate more on that, but I thank you for responding to my question when that was first posed. And also a question related to call centers. I know that hundreds of disconnections occurred at one time, and the call center there at NTUA was bombarded with a lot of phone calls, which not only created additional problems for families who may have had or may not have had some of the payments necessary or to set up plans. So I think NTUA can also do a better job at coordinating that. Perhaps it did improve at this point, but that's just a recommendation I have. So when you receive a lot of calls that, families are getting their questions answered, and oftentimes when these are occurring at the call centers, you're also able to have additional staff to help answer and address those concerns. The other thing I wanted to bring up is the helping get the word out. I have made it a point to include this along with LIHEAP, LIWAP, and other services, and bring that forward to our community members, during our chapter reports, during events, during calls and texts that I receive. So I do my best to elaborate on what services and opportunities exist for our constituents. And one of the things that we also did, my LDA and I, was reach out to the CHARs as well to help address some of those concerns since they make direct house visits. The other thing is also connecting with local nurses. We had an opportunity to speak to several where we've just shared with them that any of the patients, of course, who need their medical appliances or oxygen that rely on it, that this type of opportunity also exists for them. So it takes also that amount of energy. I know we're all very busy, but just taking every opportunity and chance to provide those updates to our constituents is also very key. The last thing that I wanted to mention, and I know this was denied the first time I asked it, but it was really regarding the SPED program, but any possibility that small businesses can also receive support for their electric bills, because I know that also affected them when we look at how the pandemic has affected not only individuals and families, but also businesses here on the Navajo Nation. So I just wanted to provide those updates and those comments, and as well as the recommendation here to NTUA. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Nez. At this time, I turn the floor back over to NTUA first, Mr. P and Mr. Ashley, and then we'll move forward with NHA, Ms. Cook, and then we'll give the floor to Mr. Cody for a few minutes to do a report for LIHEAP. NTUA?
Thank you. So in response to Delegate Karate's questions about the different scenarios that we've seen, it has been a mix. We have seen some legitimate, some real legitimate concerns from customers who have lost the breadwinners, who have lost family members. We've also seen scenarios, though, because the communities knew that we were not disconnecting, just chose not to make any payments. We've seen accounts where there have been, where the account holders are employed, but the moment that the non-disconnection policy went out, we received no payments through the whole month, since March of 2020. So there kind of has been a mix of them. Other customers, when we did start the disconnections, I've heard from some of the staff that, the customers didn't believe that NTUA was going to be disconnecting. And so they came in, some of them were prepared, they did have the money in hand, but they just thought that we're not going to continue disconnecting. So it really has been a wide range of different scenarios that we've seen. coming out of the pandemic has changed a lot of the behaviors for some of our customer base. I think some of that has even overflowed into a labor shortage, because some customers who were working maybe for anxiety or for health reasons have decided or have stopped working and are now trying to re-enter the labor market, or they may have underlying issues that prevents them from doing so. So it has been there's been a wide range of scenarios that we've seen. And then regarding the increase that you've seen in the bills, this is largely related to pass-through costs that NTUA has to pay to transport service. NTUA, we are primarily a distribution service. If we do not count the solar farms in Kienta, NTUA does not. We don't create our own energy. We don't create our own gas. We don't have our own wells. We're primarily in a distribution service. We distribute it through our infrastructure, and that carries a cost. And so that cost gets passed through to the customers, and that cost can fluctuate on a month-to-month basis. These are things that are really driven by both a national and a global economy. As the price of oil goes up, you may think that we're insulated from a global economy, but as we start to see the price of oil going up, the price of a barrel of oil, that cost does affect what we pay on Navajo. NTUA is also a utility customer for very large providers, and so we've carried the balance to maintain utility services for the past 3 years. We've had to be very creative in sustaining the level of service that we had, so that our customers continue to have utilities. But that's largely what's driving the cost. Is you see the price of groceries going up, you see the price of gas going up. Those markers of inflation also carry through to what we have to pay to transport those services from our large providers to our customers. And then regarding the question about accuracy, every account holder has within our tariff the right to request calibration of their meters. So if they suspect that the meters are reading inaccurately, once a year each household does have the ability to ask us, and we can calibrate the meter to make sure that it is reading correctly. So that was the response to accuracy. And then moving on to Delegate Newton's questions about the 12-month installment plan. So this was initially what we proposed because from an accounting standpoint, when we carry a large receivable balance, it can cause a lot of concern for our lenders. We are also a customer of banks. We have loans, and some of those require us to satisfy debt covenants. And even from an audit perspective, if they see that NTUA is carrying this large balance, we could essentially be inflating our assets. And so 12 months would enable us to classify those really as current receivables. So that's part of the reason that the 12-month is initially set out. We do understand that customers are on a fixed income, that some customers may not be able to pay a large monthly installment plan. For those scenarios, our district offices are directed to be working with customers so that if that has to be extended beyond the 12 months, that it can. Regarding status updates for the program, we are encouraging people to call our 1-800 number. They can also visit the district staff. Each of the districts has assigned 2 individuals who their primary focus is supporting this program. And then our call center, a majority of our call center has been dedicated to processing these applications. With over 6,000 applications, it is difficult to make calls for all of these customers to give them very, very active and frequent updates. The challenge for us has been, part of it has been staffing, because we've had to pull off and dedicate a large amount of our workforce to managing the program, to doing the review, and just a lot of the administrative tasks. That has caused us to, it slowed down the response that we've been able to provide for status updates. But the texting tool, we've kind of shifted that and modified that, so that's been going out at about a two-week time frame, and those are going to people who have satisfied all of the document requirements. Those that have incomplete documents, we're making contact through text, phone calls, and eventually, I think as we get closer to the close of the grant period, we will begin disconnecting customers who have incomplete applications in an effort to get them into the office so that we have time to process and satisfy the grant period. Let's see. And regarding the income limits, this grant is not through CARES, but is through the Indian Housing Block Grant, and we can send the documentation that shows what the income limits are based on what that grant outlines. But this is not COVID money, so there are some restrictions that we have to operate within. And then Delegate Andy So had mentioned and maybe briefly responded to your question, Delegate Newton, about the medical requirements. We do have an ability to notate in our system which accounts require utility services to maintain medical equipment. It does require those customers, though, to fill out an application because it has to be documented. We need a statement from a doctor that supports the need for that. And that's what we use to identify customers who might be in that situation. Moving on to the last set of questions. The call center has been a concern for us. We have struggled with and been challenged with hiring as well. I think this has been something that you'll hear all across Navajo and even nationally, just the labor shortage. We've also experienced that as well, but we have continued and do continue to actively hire for our call center. We've extended our call flow to include the districts. So we do hope that those help to shore up, any queues that we might see in our call center. And I do appreciate that you are assisting with getting the word out. We were very concerned that, right now, still only there are still 68% of past due customers who haven't applied. And so we do appreciate the efforts to do that. We do partner also with other enterprises. We have set up at the Navajo Nation Library with the Department of Education. Today we're in Kaibito. We've partnered also with KTNN to set up at different events. Again, just to let people know that we have this program available that can help them. And then the request about the small business, I think that would be better posed to Navajo Nation leadership, because I do understand that there is a concern for small businesses because they can't access assistance through this program. And I think that's a majority of the questions that were posed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pete with NTUA. Ms. Cook, NHA, any responses?
Yes, good afternoon. Just wanted to reiterate the clarification provided by Mr. Pete in terms of the funding that is being used. It is the Indian Housing Block Grant through our regulations set forth by HUD through 24 CFR 1000 that indicates the income limits that we are subject to reviewing. So as he stated, he was going to go ahead and send that information, but on NHA side, we can go ahead and send the outline in terms of the regulatory requirements that we follow. I know there was another question from Honorable Delegate Crotty in terms of how much is being allocated. So through the IHBG, I know that in our Indian Housing Fund, we had allocated $10 million for this utility payment assistance. And so as of May 30th, what has been processed and drawn down in terms of the assistance is $2.2 million. So that's 23% that has been utilized of that 10 million. And so I think we're also going through another process of applications as we speak. So by the end of June, we should have an updated number. So I think those were all of the other questions that I heard for the NHA, other than one other question by Honorable Crotty in terms of what does the utility payment look like with other providers on the Navajo Nation. So NHA is also working and contacting other utility providers, and at this time, just preliminary going out. It's very minimal in terms of the amount of the aging for some of the other Navajo families and customers with the other utility providers such as APS, Jemez, Continental Divide. So we don't have a final report on that, but if need be, we can gather the information to provide what we've collected so far in terms of the aging for other utility providers on the Navajo Nation. So that concludes my responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. We'd like to invite Mr. Thomas Cody from Navajo, Executive Director of Navajo Nation Division of Social Services, down to the floor. He is within the chambers here with us, and he can provide overview of LIHEAP and their updates.
Speaker, could I get a few of my questions clarified?
Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, could I, actually, it's not questions that need clarification. What I need is the responses to the questions that I pose. I just need clarification on them. Can I do that before you call upon Mr. Cody?
Yes, Chair. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Pete, again, thank you very much for presenting on behalf of NTUA today. I know that this is clarification. In terms of the 12-month repayment plan, you said that NTUA can go beyond that. So if people can't pay $900 a month for their utility and they want to extend that out to 24 months, is that something that NTUA is willing to do to work with the NTUA customers? That's number one. Number two is just for clarification, you did say that there's a 2-week turnaround time frame for those who have submitted all of their documents. And I don't want to assume, which is why I need clarification here. Are you saying that if an individual has submitted all of the documents that NTUA needs to pay these past due accounts, that within 2 weeks they will know whether they've been approved for making payments? And then my last question is, you also stated that NTUA can notate in the system to maintain utilities for those individuals who might need machines, on electricity, and that you would, they require support from doctors, usually in a form of a letter, and that you need people to apply at NTUA. So if people apply to say, yes, I've got a oxygen, tank at home that requires me to be plugged into electricity, I go there, I fill out an application. Is that just for notating within the account, or are there discounts that are applied in those cases? Those are my questions for clarification. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Regina Charles Newton. I'll turn the floor back over to Mr. Pete first before we go forward with Mr. Cody's presentation here. Mr. Pete, if you're still online here with us.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, to the first question about extending beyond the 12-month period, that is correct. We will work with the customers to extend it if they're able to maintain an extended payment plan. And then the 2-week turnaround. So the 2-week updates are provided to customers once they move into our quality phase. And so then starts about a 2-week update for those customers to let them know that it moves to the next quality phase, that it then moves to the final review, which is NHA. Or it may be an update that says, there hasn't been a change in your status. Our intention here was to let customers who have provided all of their documents, to let them know that we have everything in hand, that at this point, you can wait for the next update, which will happen in 2 weeks. And this was an attempt to, one, provide them information, but then also help us manage the call queue so that these same customers weren't calling for a status update if there was no more action that was needed on their part. And then the application that customers bring in for medical needs, there is a discounted rate that these customers will get. So it's essentially what they're giving us is an updated service application. There's a new rate that we assign to the household, and there is a discount as well that's provided to that account. So that's the reason we need the application and the support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pete, for your responses to Chair Charles Newton's questions. With that, colleagues, going to give the floor over to Mr. Cody on some of the questions and concerns that were related to the LIHEAP program. Mr. Cody?
Madam Speaker, notion to nihilch ohadit aspen yanik azigi di LIHEAP cohort agency $11 million and date adi could been that listening no a could be 43% of that $11 million got 6 months September so we're at 43% of our budget, $7 million. That's easy. Today alone, I signed off on $640,000 expenses for checks. The Naa'bik'iyati. So as we're using the money, it's for financial assistance for low income. Electricity, natural gas, propane, firewood, coal, auto pellets. Those are the dollars that we have. So that's our report. We have 4 months left, $7 million. Our aim is to zero that amount out. The only problem is when people application we have to process it in-house. It goes over across to financial services, or OOC. They process those checks and then they mail those checks. It's a slight delay. We're telling people for about 2 months. Sometimes it takes a little bit more depending on the workload next door.
So that's where we're at, Shinanta. I know that Mr. Sean McCabe, Chief of Staff Patrick Sandoval, and Budget and Finance Committee are working on that process for us. Hopefully, it will be a lot easier for us to process those checks to help our people. So that's Lahib Shinanta. What were the questions? I wasn't in the room when the questions were raised.
Shana, Mr. Thomas Cody, for being here with us in the chambers. If you have documentation on your presentation, please forward that over to our Chief of Staff or to our Legislative Services Director so we can have that on hand and also send that out to the council as a whole. Ado Kudoa, thank you for your presentation. We'll keep going forward with questions here on the floor. We have Delegate Nathan Nota online.
Yes, Yate. Can you hear me, Speaker Curley?
Yes, Delegate Nota, we can hear you in the chambers.
Okay. 25th Council, people online, people there in the gallery, and Speaker and staff, Yate. I got a couple of questions. I understand for NTUA, I understand the mix, what you mentioned that people had taken advantage, say for the last 3 years, 2 years when the pandemic took place. With that, I do know, I really feel that I do know in my heart and within fact that there are people in my district that did not do that. They did not take advantage of those circumstances and the situation. So with that, I do have people that absolutely have no funds, no money. They're on EBT. That's their livelihood. They're well over $2,000, $3,000 in debt with you, NTUA. And then there's others. I don't know if they tried to make payments or how they did their situation, but one family, a mother has 3 kids, a single mother. She's living with her mother, the grandmother of the kids, and they're well over $5,000-6,000 in debt. And my understanding is that when they tried to, their electricity and their utilities are disconnected, and the kids had to go through school system since the beginning of May and without electricity. And they looked into the NHA money funding and so forth, and they were told, well, one family was told that wasn't going to be determined until June, the end of June. And my understanding is that they did apply, but their electricity never got turned back on. As of today, that's my sense. So I'm wondering, the first question is, you said that you have an idea of these people that have taken advantage. You're trying to take care of that correction, I guess, and that discipline to those people. But how are you working with these that didn't do that? And like I said, I think you did mention that you know that there are people that did take advantage. I'm hoping that you have an idea of those people that didn't do that and that are in these circumstances. And my question would be, again, how are you working with those individuals? My second question is that you mentioned that, and I understand this, you have lenders that might be looking, at the enterprise, and the enterprise might be in trouble related on the expenditures or the money that's coming in that's not there. My guess is that this situation has happened all over the United States, and I'm wondering what avenues, what methods, and what way that you are dealing with these lenders, and who's negotiating these to try to let them know that, the Navajo Nation is a special circumstance, and that this stuff is happening in every city, every county, every state in the U.S. So that would be my third question. who's the negotiator, and what is the result of those negotiations? Exactly what is it that they're telling you that's scaring you as NTUA, that makes you feel that you really have to, go after particularly these individuals that are really having trouble in making these payments. The people that are paying $6,000, $7,000 back, the one other family that I'm aware of, she had to put stuff on her credit card. She's maxed that out. I think her credit, what is it called? The interest rate is almost 30%. I feel for that family. She's had to borrow money from quite a few family members just to make the halfway mark, which I think she put in close to like $3,000 to try to get some money to pay you folks. And then most recently, I understood, I think it was last week, she got disconnected again because she wasn't able to pay the half of the balance. And apparently she's finally been able to put a payment plan with you guys together. But again, the negotiation with these lenders, I think that needs to be clarified. And as council delegates, I think we deserve the right to know what it is that they're telling you from a management perspective. The third question that I have is I'm understanding that you have 68% of people that haven't applied for those funds. There is really mass confusion between NTUA and NAHA. And I think that's confusing a lot of people. And maybe that's the reason why we have 68% of the people that aren't applying for these funds. But you're saying that you're out in Pinyon, you're out at these different events. I think a better outreach program is in order. Maybe with the radio stations, particularly out of Farmington, KJAK and Gallup, maybe KTNN. I think a better outreach project and a better explanation through the radio would help and reach a lot more people rather than going to these individual communities and trying to get this information out. I would strongly recommend that be done. We do need to get that 68% down, and we need to help these people that are really, really in dire straits. And I hope that both of you, NTUA and NHA, will continue to really excel and get out there. I know that you're short on staff, you're short on funds. That's the case with the entire Navajo Nation, but we really, really, I feel, have to get out there and help our people. There's a lot of people out there without electricity, and that's just not cool. And I'm asking for your full-fledged help assistance. You're probably doing that, but instead of that 100%, let's do that 110%. Thank you, Speaker Curley. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Delegate Nota. Thank you for your questions and concerns. Next, we have Vice Chair Slater, who will go forth with questions and answers. Going once, going twice. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the presenters. The first question that I have is in relation to the call centers. I know that there was the component of staffing in the last report we received. There also was a characterization of the system not being great and people being dropped from calls, and you were talking about the volume that was going to come with the start of the disconnection process, and that I believe you were looking into potentially procuring a new system or looking at ways to address that. Aside from staffing, how is NTUA trying to address the call center issue? And the in-person outreach is great, all of those things, but I think, at this point, a new system really needs to be deployed, and I don't know how soon that can be turned around and put into service. I think there are a lot of questions that have been asked, over and over again over the past year or so in relation to this program and the prior program where dollars were reverted from NHA. And we know that the driver in the increase in bills, not the rates, but the increase in the bills is the increase in the input, which is the cost to purchase energy and power our grid and power our people's homes. And I think that as a nation, we need to take this data point, this experience over the past few years, and think about what sort of energy system we have. And this is really talking more to leadership and maybe to the leadership of NTUA, and contemplate, okay, if we've been skeptical of solar, or we've been willing to drag our feet as a nation in deploying solar across the nation, well, what are the benefits, and how could we deploy a system that actually would meet the needs of our people, reduce the rates, and look at a new sort of regulatory regime where if we are able to produce our own energy domestically within the borders of the nation, within entities we can control, then can we subsidize that for our people? And right now, that isn't really contemplated in how our system is set up. And then in addition to that, when you do connect to the NTUA system, there's no net metering plan. So there really isn't a tremendous benefit if you're both connected to solar and connected to the NTUA grid. So colleagues, I'd really ask that we consider that. And in addition to that, we have so many different proposals for projects across the nation. I think the biggest impediment right now is a lack of certainty from the central Navajo Nation government about how to proceed on these different projects. And there's a lot of different components that feed into this, the taxing regime on Navajo, how it disadvantages solar development outside of NTUA and NTUA partnership projects, and what can we as a nation do to negotiate with the states of New Mexico and Arizona and even potentially Utah on tax systems, agreements, intergovernmental agreements that create more parity, reduce double taxation, and hopefully reduce the bills for our people. So I just am trying to think about what lessons can we learn from this and how can we make our nation more self-sufficient. Next, I would like to ask, there's a slide on here that lists the number of customers, and I want to just confirm, based off of what's been said thus far in the eligibility, that, let's see here, it is slide, oh, I just lost it. Well, the numbers that are listed, I think it was like 41,000. Yeah, okay, so here. NTUA residential aging review, this is slide 4. It says total aging 17.3 million, 41,376 total customers. And then past due aging and then past due customers is 14,504. On the total customers on this slide, this is exclusive to residential customers. It doesn't include any businesses. And I was wondering if NTUA could provide a supplementary report that identifies the total number of, commercial or business customers and their aging report, and provide us some sort of comparison between residential and, commercial or business, industrial, all of that the utility services. That's something that I'm very interested in seeing. And then in terms of the types of services that are provided, if you could also break it down between electrical, gas, and water. And if there is a way to disaggregate these sort of top line dollars and see if there's anything interesting with the data that's coming through there, and how and why people might pay or not pay, and how those bills may vary across the NTUA system. Next, for Mr. Cody, for also our Division of Human Resources that houses our Office of Vital Records and Statistics, our enrollment office. You've heard me speak to this, again and again and again, and I'm going to make this statement now to leadership on the line and to the leadership here in the room, that in this next budget, in the fiscal year 24 budget, I think we really need to look at allocating dollars in addition to what's already been put in place under ARPA and elsewhere to creating and upgrading the existing Navajo Nation database of its citizenship and creating a system that automatically identifies or does a preliminary identification of eligibility for different programs such as LIHEAP and these other ones that have come forth. And if we have a system like that in place, then it will create an incentive structure for citizens to submit and keep documents up to date. It's something that's totally doable with current technology that the Navajo Nation can procure. And I know that there have been steps to upgrade from the Office of Vital Records and Statistics and to do things like this. But again, taking these data points, taking the experiences over the last few years and saying, okay, we can't sit around. We have compelling reasons to move forward on deploying this. And it has been studied, I believe, within these offices. So us as a council, we look at the excess permanent trust fund income that's going to come through this year. How can we take a portion of that and try and maximize its value, its return back to our people? You could call it a data center, you could call it, whatever. It could tie into the background checks, all these different things that we need here on Navajo to get people employed and make their lives better. And then Delegate Charles Newton was honing in on something that I thought was very important on the time period. And I guess anecdotally am hearing a lot of folks who are applying, but they're not receiving an update in a timely fashion about the status of their applications, and they feel like it's been months or so. I asked for information, okay, what date was this, what date was this, can you provide me either a letter or what have you? That said, I haven't really received any of that in hard writing or with firm dates to verify some of this information. So it's difficult to do individual follow-ups on some of them, but realistically, can you commit in writing, which I don't see in the NTUA report, how long it's taking to move through the NTUA system and then move through NHA system and get the relief issued. And then in addition to that, for those who come in to apply for past due relief and set up payment plans, do you have data on how many come in, they're eligible, or, at the very least, everyone's eligible to set up a payment plan? How many people actually do that right on the spot? How many people take time? Is there a duration that you can look at? Okay, well, it takes people a week to figure out what they can realistically do over a certain period. And you mentioned that there's a possibility of extending beyond 12 months. I wanted to know what the criteria are for that extension. Is it you need to demonstrate 4 or 5 months of paying at this level, and then we can consider reducing it because you've built faith and confidence with the utility that you're going to continue to make good on your word to pay these past due balances, and we can consider a longer extension. When the longer extension goes forward on an accounting side, do you just look at the next 12 months and you're able to calculate that? Is it something where there's not an incentive structure for the utility to want to extend beyond 12 because you won't have the ability to make that look good on your books, to creditors and everyone else to make the whole system work, which I think is really important, right? This isn't inherently punitive and mendacious act. This is a whole system that is very complex. The utility has debt that it has to pay off in order to function, to provide services. And it requires the payer, the ratepayer base, to make good on those payments. And if we want to maintain the services we have and we want to improve the quality of those services, it requires O&M, it requires upgrading, and that all costs money. The Navajo Nation increased the borrowing limit for NTUA, but all that does is authorize it to go out and borrow more money. If all of a sudden there isn't payments, as there has been now, like we went from approximately $750,000 to $14 million in past due payments, that's an incredible and massive amount to carry on the books. And the fact that they were able to sustain it for so long, I think, speaks to the testament of the financial strength of the institution. A lot of institutions, I think about little co-ops or even other utilities, right? They didn't provide that because their books couldn't withstand something like that. So when you do that comparison to other utilities, they didn't have as generous of a disconnect policy, and that compelled people to pay in a more timely fashion, you might say. And that's why you see this variance between the utilities that aren't NTUA and NTUA. So this is a very interesting, learning experience. I think it's good that we're seeing a decrease in the aging report. And the last thing is, I know that an average value of a past due customer has been stated in prior reports. I'd like to ask for what that average value is for our existing past due customers, and if there's any other ways to characterize that. But lastly, Speaker, Chair Curley, I think that as a council, as many other delegates have said, and this is something that I've been working on for some period of time, we need to figure out an equitable way to help our people. And when you create programs that only address the need at the back end once something has already gone wrong, it doesn't create a durable solution, and it's not equitable and fair to those who have, continued to pay their bills, and they won't see any sort of relief. Because if we accept that it's affected everyone, and that is the reason and the rationale for these high balances, then everyone should have an opportunity to receive some sort of credit on their bills. And I hope that we can figure out how to help people on the nation and off the nation, and that's what I'm presently trying to do through legislation as we look through the reallocation of dollars and figuring out what sort of assistance can be made to our Navajo people. But the second to last thing is we need to look at a self-sufficient nation, and us as leadership in this room, well, I guess it's just Mr. Arvizo and me who are sitting here at our desks, but to the other delegates who are on the line, we have the power to regulate this entity, and right now that's designated to the Resources Committee. And everywhere else that I'm aware of in the 4 states around us, it isn't a legislative committee that regulates the utilities within their state boundaries. They either have a corporation commission or a regulatory commission, and some of them are elected, some of them, they draw a list of names that have folks who have professional experience, and those are people who are able to devote full-time attention to contemplating these issues and thinking about how to make the whole system work for the benefit of the people, and not just for either the benefit of the government or the benefit of the utility or the benefit of businesses. And I think it's time that we pursue that here on the Navajo Nation. And we have resources within the 4 sacred mountains. And when we look at other countries around the world and what they do and how they subsidize energy, they subsidize it for their people. Some of them are blessed with a lot of oil and gas, and they're able to do it that way. Other nations are blessed with a lot of solar, and they're looking at trying to provide cheap energy via solar. We're blessed with both, and we need to think about long and hard what the costs and the benefits are for utilizing those resources for our people. we can reluctantly take advantage of them if there is a direct benefit back to the people, not to off-reservation, off-Navajo Nation profit makers. And if we take that more sophisticated approach, I think we'll get a better quality of life for our Navajo people. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater, for your questions and also recommendations that you presented here on the floor. We'll keep moving on with the questions here. We have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton online.
Thank you, Speaker, and also thank you, colleagues. And I guess in trying to figure out like what can be done to try to assist as much as we can the people who have these past due accounts. Now, granted, we don't know the story. You know, there might be some people who chose not to, not to pay their utility bills, during COVID. We don't know that. There might be some people who, who were trying to pay their utility bills, but, life happened. And we know that life at that point was, COVID. COVID was taking many lives at that point. So, we don't really know the story of everyone. But what we do know is that there are many accounts that are past due at this point. You did mention, Mr. Pete, you did mention, that some of the applications right now are missing information and that you guys are making efforts to reach out to those individuals to let them know the information is missing. But in terms of the individuals who may need this, may need utility, for medical reasons. If, let's say, an individual today, is past due, and they had a medical history maybe that started because of COVID in 2020, if they submitted a document, would you go back to the time that, to 2020, and correct their bill? Or does that medical application take effect on the day that they apply and then going forward? So that's my first question. My second question is, Speaker, with your help, can we get a listing of all of the documents that NTUA needs from an individual? So we know there's the application. We know that they said there was an income requirement, but some of the comments that are being made right now, individuals are stating that NTUA required 6 months of paycheck stubs. I don't know if that's true, but if you could send me NTUA a listing of all of the documents that you require, that NTUA takes into consideration for paying past due accounts. And the same thing for LIHEAP, if we can get like just a bullet point of the documents that are needed, so we know, what you're asking of our constituents. We know, what they need to, what they need to submit in order to complete out their applications. I think that would help us a lot. I also agree with a lot of what Delegate Carl Slater said, in terms of, trying to fix the issue. But also, I think in a way, I might be wrong, Delegate Slater, but I think you're saying, let's be proactive here. Let's start planning, in terms of the PTFI, the Permanent Trust Fund income, what can we do to maximize that, so that we become, less reliant on the federal funds that are coming in and, become a little bit more independent in the way that we help our people. And when Delegate Slater was speaking to that, I thought about, wouldn't it be nice if we could help individuals who sometimes, fall behind because of life, but those individuals who don't meet the income requirement. It seems like, everything is about income. Everything is about helping those who have less income. But what we forget is, that everybody, regardless of your income bracket, sometimes things happen that push you back. And, and sometimes you fall financially, but for individuals who are making a little bit more money, usually that means they have a little bit more bills. Usually that means, that there are some things, that they have. I know, like my student loans, I'm a little bit worried, because I have to start paying back my student loans here soon. But that's a bill that, that is hard every month to pay because it's a car payment. For me, it's a car payment. So what I'm trying to say is sometimes, we're always looking at those, who meet the income requirement eligibility, and we rarely, ever speak up for those who might be outside of that. Those who, again, because life happened, they find themselves, stuck, and then, trying to, to address the issue. In the email that I did send to the 25th Navajo Nation Council requesting this meeting, Speaker, or requesting this report, I did share the story of the individual who works, who works out of town, who recently started working again, who's been trying to pay, the NTUA bill that, has accumulated because he couldn't work, and, how he feels like he's, being punished, not only because he's working right now, but because he can't qualify, for some of this assistance. So, when we talk about being fair, when we talk about, helping, we know that 10 million was available to NTUA by the Indian Housing Block Grant. And as of May 30th, the drawdown was at 2.3 million. We also know from the report that Mr. Cody provided that LIHEAP had 11 million, and 43% of that has been expended, but that 7 million is still available. So and both of those programs are specifically targeted to those individuals who meet the income guidelines. So I guess in terms of what Delegate Slater said, in thinking ahead and then also, trying to be more self-sufficient, I think, we also need to think about those individuals who are outside of the income bracket guidelines, but who are really trying to, trying to catch up. They're trying to catch up because, again, as I stated, COVID didn't discriminate. COVID didn't say, you have a high school diploma, so I'm gonna get you so that you get COVID. We know that a lot of people suffered from COVID, and as a result of that, it was just kind of like the domino effect of things that have happened. So I hope that there's a program that will be offered for those individuals, even if it's a one-time program. I think that that's something that we do have to take into consideration at this point. And I also have to say that, as Delegate Crowdy said, there's other electric companies out there that Navajo, that our Navajo people have to deal with. And, we have to take into consideration that many of our Navajo people who are living off the Navajo Nation may also be suffering, from the, I guess, not paying bills, utilities being one of them, and how we can also assist them as well. So I just wanted to just share that. And then also, again, Speaker, if we can get that documentation showing what the Indian Housing Block Grant requires in terms of documentation to apply and then get approved, and then also the LIHEAP, and then, what LIHEAP requires in terms of documents and what they have to do to apply. My last question is NHA and NTUA coordinating with LIHEAP in terms of sharing information? Are the both of you, like I said, we tend to work in silos. We can't do that anymore. So are you guys coordinating to say, okay, that person, did apply under NTUA, but, they also have an application at LIHEAP, and, these are the documents that are missing, and then approving them, so that relief can be offered. And then in that same respect, are you, is it, if you get approved through NTUA, does that disqualify you from applying with LIHEAP or vice versa? Thank you, Speaker. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Chair Charles Newton, for your questions, and also Vice Chair Slater. At this time, I'm going to give the floor back to Mr. Pete with NTUA first, and then we will move forward with NHA if they have additional information, and then we'll turn the floor back to the Light Heat program. Mr. Pete with the NTUA.
Thank you. So regarding Delegate Nota's questions about, how to help customers, we are unfortunately not in a position to subsidize the past due balances. We have carried the balances in order to maintain utility service, but we don't have like a subsidized program where other utilities might. What we do offer is we will refer customers to other assistance programs. We have other ways to kind of annualize, or you can average what your bill is. So we recommend a budget payment plan to customers on a fixed income. And essentially what this does is it'll take what your annual or 12 months worth of bills is, and then it will bill you on an average amount so that the amount that you owe doesn't change from month to month. But then we also have, the installment plans, our payment plans, that has always been in place to assist customers who fall behind. And we do continue to promote that. And then regarding the concern with the lenders, I think the point that I was trying to make here is that we at NTUA are very concerned with the accuracy of how we present our financial statements. And so if we are presumably inflating our assets to say, we have customers who owe us $17 million, we have to be very accurate with valuing that, because we don't want to give the impression that that full amount may be or may not be collected. So it's really valuation and how we present our financial statements. That's the concern there. A lot of these debt covenants were agreed to prior, so these may have been agreed to several years ago. But our concern here is, how are we presenting our financial statements? Are we valuing our assets correctly? If we say customers owe us 17 million, we can attribute a certain percentage of that and say we expect 12%. We expect so much of this to be paid within 12 months. Then it gives us. We're in a position to correctly value what our assets are. So that really is the major concern there with how we value assets and our lenders. And then we will take notice about extending our outreach efforts to other radio stations. So I will make a note of that. And then moving on to Delegate Slater's questions, I do appreciate that you may understand some of the dynamics that play into the decisions that we have to make, in order to support our customers. In response to your concern about the call center, there are some infrastructure things in place that rely on Frontier's network. Some of those things can't be changed very quickly, and unfortunately, the alternative is still being developed, but we don't expect. We're reliant on using Frontier's infrastructure now. The plan to move away from that to find an alternative, is still being worked on, and unfortunately, it will be a few years before we have a very solid plan. And then I did make note to provide a supplementary report that shows aging for businesses and commercial customers, as well as the breakdown by utility. And then the processing, this is something that I did fail to clarify earlier with Delegate Charles Newton's question, but you also raised the question, Delegate Slater, about the processing time. We had early on given customers a time frame of about 60 to 90 days. Part of that is just because of the volume of information that's coming in. Delegate Slater, you mentioned, the challenge that you have with verifying some of the concerns that your constituents brought up. You had asked them, well, when did can I have some dates of when you applied? And in your response, I heard that you recognize the challenge for that one individual, but you magnify that now by 6,000, or in our case, we have 2,900 customers who we're still attempting to contact. So we are making efforts to provide those updates, but what we've been telling customers is about 60 to 90 days. What we've seen, the turnaround from NHA has been, they've been very quick with what they've been reviewing and approving. I think the longest that we've seen applications with NHA is about 4 weeks. They have a compliance review, and then their finance team also reviews it as well. So there's within NHA some internal review that they do. But I think that processing time with what they've been able to turn around, again, is just a testament to the amount of work that we've put into this to ensure that when we give NHA an application, that there is a very strong likelihood that the work that we're giving them is acceptable. But about 60 to 90 days is what we have been telling customers since November. What we're hoping to do is as we move and process more of these applications, that time frame begins to condense. We've added additional workforce, so there is a learning curve that we're experiencing with them. But as we get closer to the close of the grant date, the efficiency, and we've seen it in play with agents that we have involved now, has increased. So we do expect that time frame to begin to shorten. And then I will have to perhaps follow up with you separately about to get clarification about the data you were requesting to demonstrate, I think, the need for extending payment plans beyond the 12 months. I don't really understand the core of the question, so I'll have to follow up with you separately about that. And then also follow up about your request for the average carrying balance before and after. I had a slight interruption when you were posing that question, so I didn't get the full scope of what you were asking there. So I'll follow up with those two requests. And then moving on to Delegate Charles Newton, the medical effective date would have to be supported by data that the physicians are providing. So if they can demonstrate that the medical status had changed, 6 months ago or a year ago, that's the date that we would honor. So we can go back if that is supported. And then the list of documents, we did note that, so I think we will be sending that over to you, as well as the Indian Housing Block Grant formula for income verification as well. And I think the last request that you had was, what happens with customers who might have multiple requests out, and then is there sharing of data between like the Department of Social Services, NHA, and NTUA? Right now, there isn't. I do think that there is an opportunity, though, to set up some type of database. Many states do have either through their census department or through, I think, Health and Human Services, they will maintain a database so that if a customer is applying for low-income assistance, that anyone within that group or is affiliated with that can access that database. I do think that there is potential or opportunity for that, but right now that we don't directly share any of that information, any information about customers with other departments. We can see if there has been an award accepted from LIHEAP or through the Emergency Rental Assistance Program with NHA. So we do notate those. Part of the restrictions that we see with the Indian Housing Block Grant is we can't overlap assistance. So if a customer receives LIHEAP assistance from January to June, we cannot request for or apply our assistance to that same period. So we are notating on these applications when customers are awarded so that we prevent any overlap that might occur. And I think that's the conclusion of my responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pete. Next, we'll go to Ms. Cook, NHA, for any additional responses.
Good afternoon. There's no additional responses other than us providing the information we shared and the documentation requirements, but also notating that we will provide the turnaround time for the payments that are being made to NTUA. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Mr. Cody, I believe there were several questions regarding to LIHEAP.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, for the report, you're fortunate that we just did a report to the oversight. So we'll just make those changes from today, just like the $640 million or $640,000 payments that we made today. Change it, we'll send it over to you, so you'll have the latest report from our family financial unit. Now, data collection, we have a data system. It's called Tribal Assistance System, TAS. We're building the system. When I say we're building the system, is we're collecting all the information that's needed, just like birth certificate, driver's license, ID, those that don't change, like family cards. The only thing that might change is the income. Let's say yesterday I told the oversight committee, if somebody won hit the jackpot, the casino, that would be a increase in their salary. The financial units, so financial application, that will only thing that will require is the income verification. So we have that data system that's in place. When we do applications, and like right now we're falling behind 2 to 3 months of processing those applications. What we do is we give the applicants an approval letter or award letter. So they have those award letters. They can take those to NTUA or probably just NTUA. They can take those to NTUA. However, NTUA can say, oh, we'll accept this. But on heat, based on the heat, will pay for something else. So I think that's the issue. We'll revisit that issue with the funding source. If the payments could go, because like this morning, I signed off on $640,000. So if everybody that got that check within a month, NTUA should see a decrease in the outstanding bills by $640,000. But that's not going to happen. That we need to revisit that, maybe where we have a system. Brenda's going to kick me over here, but a system to where the checks go directly to NTUA. But that also has to go back to the funding source. So we have I'm gonna throw a little wrench in here, Shananta. We have a pot of money, $2 million, LIWAP, but yeah, it's Low-Income Household Water Assistance Program. We met with our funding source. We have $2.8 million. And one of the things we're going to do is reach out to NTUA, see if we can use their outstanding bills for those individuals that live in the NHA homes. I guess that's where Ms. Cook could help us too, is those individuals that live in NHA home, they're categorically eligible. So if we can pay that $2.8 million to NTUA using those individuals that live in NHA, we could help reduce some of those amounts that are outstanding. But we'll be reaching out. We just had this discussion with our funding source from Washington, D.C. this morning. And if you need the name of the individual, her name is Rachel Hammond. Mr. Bluehouse Jr. is also over there at ACF, so he's the one that's helping us, pushing us to help us use these dollars. So that's one thing that I think, since Mr. Pete is on the line and Mrs. Cook is on the line, Ms. Brenda Sosi will be reaching out to your department to see how you can help us expend the $2.8 million and the $7 million that we have in our coffers. So when, if let's say Delegate Slater or let me do it different, Marvin back there applies for a grant, and the application is approved, we're able to track, just with a simple phone call, we can see where the application is. Has it been approved? Has it gone over next door to OOC for payment? So that's a process that we have, Mr. Slater. We do have a data system in place, and hopefully by next year, within the next 2 years, we won't be asking people for application only if there was a change in their household, like if there's a new baby that came into the house, or if their income changed. All the other information, like their birth certificates and all those, will remain the same, and they should be in our system. And we could also network or coordinate or go into a partnership with NTUA and NHA to make sure that we can provide services to those individuals that are categorically eligible for services. Let's see, I think that's all questions, Shananta. And then we also have a pamphlet, Shananta, Delegate Noon, Chair Delegate Noon. We will send, along with the report, we will also attach the brochure that we have for our financial assistance, which includes LAHEAP, the YLOP, CSBG, school clothing. School clothing, unfortunately, we're out of money, so all the applications that were submitted, that were funded, we still have them on hold until the new fiscal year, which is general funds fiscal year. So those are the applications, or the financial assistance that we provide, Shlada.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Cody, for your responses this afternoon. Colleagues, are there any other additional questions for NTUA, NHA, or Division of Social Services? Second call. Third call. Staff, could you help us with a roll call vote? This is to accept the report.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green via text. Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati votes red via text. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes red via text. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota votes red. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green via text. Voting is now locked. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green via text. Honorable George Tolth, how do you vote? Honorable George Tolth. Honorable George Tolth did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Oh, excuse me, Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito votes red via text. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green via text. Going back to Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable George Tolth, how do you vote? Honorable George Tolth did not vote. For the record, Honorable Lamardo Assaret, Brenda Jesus, Casey Allen Johnson, Danny Simpson, and Otto So are excused. And also Vince James. Excuse me, Honorable Vince James votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 12 delegates who voted in favor, 4 delegates who oppose, with Madam Chair, Crystal and Curley not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 12 in favor, 4 opposed, with chair not voting on the report. Thank you, presenters, for being with us this afternoon. Colleagues, going down the line to report E, report for GMIC IHS water restrictions, status report provided by Captain Brian Johnson. We do have Captain Johnson here with us within the chambers. Thank you for joining us. We'll proceed with the 20-minute presentation and then entertain for a motion in a second.
Good afternoon. It's nice to be here in the council chambers again and seeing the council delegates of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, as well as here in the room, as well as on the phone. My name is Captain Brian Johnson, and I serve as the Acting Area Deputy Director for the Navajo Area Indian Health Service here in St. Michael's, just up the road, and have been serving in that capacity with Ms. So's transition to moving onward to the IHS Director position in headquarters. Over the last couple of days, there's been an item that has developed, and I felt compelled to come down to the council chambers knowing that there was a Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting and just to share some information and if there's a need for me to answer questions, happy to do so. Yesterday, on Wednesday, June the 7th, you may have heard or may have not heard that the city of Gallup, New Mexico issued an emergency declaration of water use restriction for the entire city of Gallup. And this particular issue involved a 30-inch water main rupture that occurred yesterday in the morning hours just north of Gallup, New Mexico. It has been reported to us at the area office as well as Gallup Indian Medical Center that a contracted construction worker in the local area was doing work and somehow damaged the line and caused it to rupture, resulting in a major loss of water for the city of Gallup, New Mexico. As a result of this situation, the city of Gallup has prohibited all irrigation and outdoor water use, imposed a temporary moratorium on any and all new development in Gallup, including lawn and garden installations and as well as other water use restriction methods. So the water line that we're talking about, oftentimes if we're talking about a 6 or 8 inch water line, oftentimes in many of the areas that we serve, in this particular case we're talking about a 30-inch water main high pressure line that's delivering water to the Gallup, New Mexico, the city of Gallup, New Mexico. So based on the information from McKinley County Emergency Management and the city of Gallup, as a result of having such a large water line that rupture in the area and the loss of major water, there had to be special parts ordered so that the water main could actually be repaired. And those particular parts were not local to this area. In fact, they had to move to ordering from out of state. And so the issue with the ruptured water line is still in place as I speak here at this session. It is our understanding that the water line parts that have been ordered and equipment will be arriving tomorrow, Friday, June 9th. And any repair work that's going to be required will start at that time. Will be at most likely Friday evening into Friday night. And the repair work that we're referring to is anticipated to take at least 8 hours of time once the parts and equipment are in place. So we would hope and assume that at this point in time that the parts and equipment will all successfully make it to the work site in just north of Gallup and be in place and ready to go so that work can start tomorrow evening. Presently, the city's water is being provided by water that is stored in 4 large storage tanks across the city until such time that the water main is repaired and reactivated. When I talk about large storage tanks, these are can be up to 1 million gallon water tanks, in which that's presently what's feeding the city of Gallup in terms of its water source. The water levels in these 4 tanks are being monitored closely, not only by the city of Gallup and McKinley County Emergency Management, but also our staff at Gallup Indian Medical Center and their emergency manager, CEO, and the leadership team there are monitoring what is exactly happening with those tanks to make sure that we continue at GIMC to have an adequate water supply, of course, when carrying out patient care services. We just received an update prior to me coming over today, right around noon time, that with the 4 tanks that I'm referring to in the city of Gallup, that they presently hold approximately 5 days of water supply based on the volume that is being used on per hour and per day. And so that gives us some estimation. As of yesterday, we did not have that estimation, at least in our hands, but we did get that information today at noon that approximately 5 days worth of water for the city of Gallup is in place. The Navajo Area Indian Health Service and Gallup Indian Medical Center are currently monitoring, again, as I mentioned, this situation, and are in communication with the city of Gallup and McKinley County Emergency Management regarding the water supply status and restrictions. And we will continue to have routine conversations with those entities as the days move forward, and we'll continue to have daily briefings on this topic. As of course the water supply is extremely important, not only to the city of Gallup, but to Gallup Indian Medical Center specifically. Out of an abundance of caution, our leadership at the Gallup Indian Medical Center has partially activated its internal incident command system with focus on internal planning and operations. So our Gallup Indian Medical Center leadership felt compelled that it's important to have our emergency activation team just on making sure we're monitoring and providing routine reports internally, and going ahead and doing some planning for the future, and as this situation progresses. The Navajo Area IHS and GIMC both are reviewing and discussing continuity of care plans in the event that the water restriction is extended for a longer time frame, or should the water situation become more dire. Earlier today, Navajo Area Office did release a public service announcement and notified our local healthcare facilities of the Gallup water situation. And we also intend this afternoon to hold a leadership call, not only with our Gallup Indian Medical Center healthcare facility, but also our other health facilities around the region, to make sure that all are alerted to the situation with the water supply in Gallup, New Mexico. And with healthcare and patient care, it's extremely important for us not to assume that the parts that we're talking about coming in for the high pressurized line that's supplying the water to Gallup, we should not be assuming that will be immediately effective. We have to go ahead and look down the road to understand and to make sure that we're doing everything we can to protect our patients. So the planning piece and understanding how we're going to react in the event that the water line is delayed in terms of being repaired, and if we get close to that 4 to 5 day time frame with the current water supply, that we're prepared to deal with that in an effective manner. And what that may mean is transfer of inpatients, and also possibly canceling appointments, or having some of our other healthcare facilities support us with these patients if needed. So at this point, we do look and do expect that the city of Gallup will be able to get the water line back online. However, again, out of an abundance of caution, we are continuing to plan and to have our contingencies in place with trigger points should we find that the water line or the water main is not able to be repaired in a timely fashion. So right now, you'll see that if you visited Gallup Indian Medical Center, you would see that it's operating as usual, with the exception of having our incident command in place internally and doing the planning and contingency planning as well. And so we'll continue to provide those services. This evening and tomorrow, we'll continue to monitor this closely. And the city of Gallup, and as well as the city manager, has assured us that they will keep Navajo Area Office as well as Gallup Indian Medical Center apprised of how things are progressing. Should they come to a point where they expect any delays, they'll keep us informed, and we'll continue to provide patient care as we normally do at this point in time, as they continue to work on this water line. So what we're looking to see is that by Friday night into the nighttime hours into Saturday morning, that the water line will be back online, providing water to the tanks that I previously referred to that distribute water throughout the city of Gallup. Should there be any delays in that, or should the situation become more dire, Navajo area will certainly keep this body informed to make sure that the Navajo Nation is fully informed of any concerns about patient care in our healthcare facility. And with that being said, I just want to say thank you to the council here for amending the agenda today to allow us to give this report. Again, we feel like communication is critical in these situations. And you will note, if you go online on the web, you'll find comments and video clips about the water situation in Gallup, New Mexico presently. And so we hope that this situation resolves in a positive way in the next day and a half, to where we can get back to continuing with our normal operations. And with that being said, I'm going to stop at this point in time, and certainly will be responsive to any questions that anyone may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Johnson. Colleagues, this is Delegate Slater. I'll be pro tem for the time being. It's now 3:24 p.m. The chair pro tem will entertain a motion in a second to accept the report.
Motion.
Pro tem recognizes a motion from Delegate Charles Newton. Committee members, is there a second?
Second, Damon.
Thank you. Colleagues, we don't have anyone in the queue in the chamber right now. On the line, is there anyone who's texted in? Nope. Is there any further questions or discussion on item D? Going twice. Delegate Charles Newton, you're recognized.
Thank you, as Chair Pro Tem. Thank you for providing us the report. I had no idea that this was happening in Gallup, and I appreciate you giving us information that it's not going to be affecting the Gallup Indian Health, the Gallup IHS. And you're saying that, at this time, Monday is what you guys are anticipating for the water to be turned back on. If it's not affecting IHS at this point, to help assist, or is there anything that the Navajo Nation Council can do? I just worry that if you guys are anticipating being back to normal, has a plan in place, but is there anything that we can do to help this? Thank you.
Colleagues, are there any other questions or discussion at this time? Say it again. Okay. Delegate Charles Newton, your connection was pretty choppy, but Captain Johnson might need clarification, but if you think you got it, okay, thank you. Delegate Daniels, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. Chair Pro Tem from the 25th Council Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Captain Johnson, thank you. On Gallup, the city of Gallup. Navajo families that live on the outskirts of Gallup on the south side. Because one time I drove the back road on that side, and there's families, Navajo living just on the other side of the road. I'm just wondering if they're impacted by this, the water. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadat. Colleagues, we don't have anyone in the chamber requesting to speak. We don't have anyone on the line at this time requesting to speak. I'm going to return to Captain Johnson.
Thank you for the questions. And I just wanted to also mention and thank our Gallup Indian Medical Center. The leadership team is online here as well. But I think for these questions, I should be able to respond to these. In terms of Delegate Charles Newton, thank you for the comments and for the question. And I appreciate you checking in to see how the Navajo Nation can help, because I do think and do cherish Navajo Nation in terms of their assistance, and certainly have been a great partner for us in the past with some of these issues. At this point in time, just to clarify, we believe the water will be returned back online sometime between Friday. It would be late night Friday into early Saturday morning, possibly. It just depends on how things go with the work to be achieved. It's our understanding that the supplies and equipment that's needed for the repair of the line will be available on Friday, tomorrow. Not sure exactly what time those would arrive, but it's our understanding in talking with the City of Gallup that the work would actually begin Friday night, and they would anticipate an 8-hour time frame to make the the repairs to the 30-inch water line. So based on that plan, the water would theoretically be back online sometime around Saturday morning. And we do know that the City of Gallup is going to be holding a 10 o'clock a.m. briefing at that point to let us know where things stand with the line. One comment that I'll make is that when we have a situation like this, this involves millions of gallons of water. It's not a small volume by any stretch of the imagination. This is a high pressure line delivering a high volume of water to the city. And whenever a large break like this happens, typically, and the tanks get drawn down from the use by the public, it does take quite a while for, it can take a number of hours or a day or longer for the water to get back to where it was prior to the rupture. And so we realize that right now the plan is for that water line to be back online on Saturday, late Friday into early Saturday morning, and that hopefully that will be a successful operation. Now, in regards to the Indian Health Service, we're following the path of we're hoping for the best and planning for the worst case scenario. And so our team, starting yesterday, late yesterday through this morning at GIMC, are continuing to plan and just have the contingencies ready. We do have trigger points that will be monitored through, until Saturday, until we hear that the repairs have been made. Should that not happen and certain trigger points be tripped, then we would certainly be looking at making sure that we're handling our patient care, potentially transferring inpatients, those types of activities. And really what that entails is monitoring the tanks that I referred to earlier. There's 4 tanks, and if we see that the water in the tanks is getting too low, that would be a trigger point for us. And we do have an understanding of, with the help of the City of Gallup, we do have an understanding of how those tanks are sequenced. And for example, we know that the 4th tank is the one that would impact Gallup Indian Medical Center. And so that's the tank that we would be monitoring as this moves forward. Not only monitoring tank 4, but tanks 1 through 3 as well, and just listening to updates and reports on that. So we do appreciate their assistance in keeping us informed. In terms of Navajo Nation at this juncture, right now we feel that we're in a good place, and we do anticipate that the repair will be made successfully. But again, we're planning for the scenario that it doesn't. And in the event that we need anything, we will definitely reach out to the Navajo Nation. At this juncture, that might be something, just as an example, such as working with our 638 partners on the healthcare side, the tribal health organizations. And so that might be something that we can work directly with the healthcare organizations as well as the Navajo Nation, just making sure our patients are taken care of and have the least amount of impact possible. But that's, I think, where we would stand at this juncture. And no immediate assistance needed, but in the event that we do encounter any additional issues going forward, if we find out that the water may not be turned back on until Monday or Tuesday, then that might become a different story, and we might need some assistance from our 638 partners, as well as our other federal healthcare programs here on the Navajo Nation. I hope that was responsive, Delegate Charles Newton, to your question. And in terms of Delegate Daniels, his comment, it's hard for me to objectively state whether or not the families that you're referring to, without knowing if they're on Gallup City water. If they are on Gallup City water, then they would be impacted by that. I would anticipate where you're referring to, at least in my mind, I would anticipate that those families, are currently on restricted water use and could potentially be impacted should the water not be turned back on successfully by Saturday morning. So it just depends, and I'm fairly certain the area you're referring to that would be City of Gallup water. So with that being said, I'll turn the time back.
Colleagues, we have no one in the queue. Is there any further questions or discussion on item D? Any further questions or discussion? Delegate Nota, you're recognized. Thank you.
Captain Johnson, just real quick, I want to thank you for the update and letting us know what the situation is and that potentially our people will be in safe hands. Thank you very much. That's all, Pro Tem.
Delegate Daniels, you're recognized.
Thank you, Kudota, Honorable Slater. Yeah. If they're impacted, the Navajo families who living around Gallup, I know this is Shata Kudota, Speaker Damon's area. That's his region around Gallup. So they're impacted by this the rupture of the water line. I'm wondering if we could, is there a way we can help these families with water, bottled water, and even have gallons of water? Work with emergency management. If they're impacted, so thank you very much. Honorable Slater, Pro Tem Chair, thank you.
Colleagues, is there anyone else who'd like to ask a question or make a comment? Hearing none, Captain Johnson, Does this mic work? You're recognized, Captain Johnson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just in reference to Delegate Daniels' question, Presently, if for anyone that's presently on the Gallup water line, while there are restrictions in place, they're still able to have water available at this point in time. It's just basically minimizing use and until such time that this repair is made. So in regards, if I understood your question correctly, sir, for any homes that are connected, they should still have the use of water presently. It's just restricting it. And then, should it become more of an issue, should the City of Gallup or others encounter problems with the line repair come Friday night into Saturday morning, then at that time, I think we could certainly reassess and see if something like that in terms of water assistance, working with emergency management here with the nation, and with any other programs, perhaps McKinley County as well, in terms of providing water if we get to that point. But right now, it's been stated that, again, at noon today, we were informed that it was believed, based on the current volume use of water, that they felt like there was 5 days of water available, which would, push us into, say, the Monday time frame, Monday into Tuesday, that the tanks would still be able to provide the water that's being that is presently in those tanks. So right now, I think we're at a place where individuals do still have access to water if they're connected to the system, and Saturday morning should be repaired. If it's unable to be repaired on Saturday morning, then we would have a little bit of a cushion into that Monday, possibly Tuesday time frame. But that's when things would become a little more problematic if it's not repaired by that time frame. And hopefully that provides a little bit of a better picture of where we stand presently. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Captain Johnson. Colleagues, I don't have anyone in the queue. Any further questions or discussion? Any further questions or discussion? Hearing none, we have a motion from Delegate Charles Newton and a second from Delegate Damon. Let's proceed to a vote on accepting the report.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo? Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not vote. Honorable Lamardo Aseret is excused. Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Madam Speaker Crystalline Crowley, how do you vote? Madam Speaker Crystalline Crowley? Madam Speaker did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota votes green via text. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green via text. Honorable George Toth, how do you vote? Honorable George Toth? Honorable George Toth did not vote. Voting is now locked. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable George Toth votes green. Honorable George Toth votes green. Madam Speaker, Crystalline Crowley also votes green. Once more, Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito did not vote. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green via text. Going back to Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not vote. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito did not vote. For the record, Honorable Lamardo S. Surratt, Brenda Jesus, Casey Allen Johnson, Danny Simpson, and Otto So are excused. With that, Pro Tem Chair, you have 16 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed. Honorable Curtis Unito votes green. That changes the vote tally to 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with Pro Tem Chair Honorable Carl Slater not voting.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 6, old business none. Item 7, new business consent agenda. Staff, can you please read the titles of the legislation into the record? Sorry, Shadat, I didn't hear you up here. Delegate Daniels, you're recognized to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Pro Tem Chair, Honorable Slater. I know we went over the Department of Ag. They were on their receiving reports, but I believe they're there at the chambers. Can we go back to Department of Ag to give a report? Because this is very, very urgent. Perhaps we can make a directive upon that regarding stipends for grazing officials and land boards.
Thank you. The Department of Agriculture is not present in the chamber right now. If you'd like to issue a directive, we could, I guess I'd be open to entertaining that at this time. Additionally, you can make a request to the Speaker's office staff to do something and the Speaker herself, and we could notate that. Delegate Daniels?
Yes. So I work with the Speaker's office on a directive.
Yeah, Delegate Daniels, how about you get in contact perhaps with the Chief of Staff and he could coordinate with the Legislative Council to draft the directive, and then we can do the consent agenda. You know, there's another legislation. There'll be opportunities to entertain the directive within this agenda. Is that acceptable to you?
Yes, Pro Tem Chair, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, we're at 7, new business consent agenda. Ms. Cook, can you please read the legislation titles into the record?
Consent agenda. First legislation 0115-23, an action relating to Naa'bik'iyati Committee and Navajo Nation Council, amending CAP-13-23, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Shundeen Parish's Delegate Region. Chapters include Chilchimbito, Denahotso, and Kienta to include additional projects for this delegate region. Sponsor, Honorable Shundeen Parrish. The second legislation, Legislation 0120-23, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, amending CAP-12-23, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Norman M. Begay's Delegate Region. Chapters include Alamo, Rama, and Tuajili, to include additional project for this delegate region. Sponsor, Honorable Norman M. Begay. Third legislation, Legislation 0122-23, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, amending CAP-21-23, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Herman M. Daniels Delegate Region. Chapters include Tsebekin, Navajo Mountain, Shanto, and Oljeto, to include additional projects for this delegate region. Sponsor is Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. Co-sponsor is Honorable Seth Damon. The fourth legislation, Legislation 0125-23, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee and Navajo Nation Council, amending CD-62-22, and the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Crystalline Curley's Delegate Region. Chapters include Tachi, Blue Gap, Mini Farms, Noslini, Solani, Cottonwood, Low Mountain. Sponsor is Honorable Crystalline Curley. The fifth legislation is Legislation 0126-23, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee and Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Seth Damon's Delegate Region. Chapters include Bahalin, Chechiltka, Manialito, Red Rock, Rock Springs, and Tayetzo. Sponsor is Honorable Seth Damon. All of these legislations move forward to Navajo Nation Council, and at that time, per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9, those legislations will be read into the record by electronic voice recording. Pro Temp Speaker.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, is there a motion? A motion from Delegate Parrish. Is there a second, committee members?
Second, Damon.
We have a second from Delegate Damon. Staff, can you please do a vote?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo? Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not vote. Honorable Helena Naa'bikiyati, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Naa'bikiyati? Honorable Helena Naa'bikiyati votes green. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay? Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay and Honorable Shauna Ann Claw both vote green. Honorable Amber Kanez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kanez-Bakrati votes green via text. Madam Speaker, Crystalline Curley, how do you vote? Madam Speaker, Crystalline Curley votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon? Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota votes green via text. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green via text. Honorable George Tolt, how do you vote? Honorable George Tolt. Honorable George Tolt did not vote. Voting is now locked. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito votes green via text. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green via text. Going back to Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes green via text. Honorable George Tolt, how do you vote? Honorable George Tolt votes green. For the record, Honorable Lamardo S. Surratt, Brenda Jesus, Casey Allen Johnson, Danny Simpson, and Otto So are excused. With that, Pro Tem Chair, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with Pro Tem Chair Carl Slater not voting.
Thank you very much. Committee members, we're now on B, legislation 010423, the act relating to the Law and Order and Naa'bik'iyati committees and the Navajo Nation Council amending the Sex Offenders Registration Notification Act in Title 17 of the Navajo Nation Code. The sponsor is Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton. The final authority is the Navajo Nation Council will be read into record then. Colleagues, do we have a motion and a second? A motion from Chair Parrish. Is that 12? We have a motion from Delegate Parrish and a second from Delegate Toth. Committee members, there are questions, comments, a desire for a presentation? Going twice. Going 3 times. Ms. Hosi, can you please do a roll call vote for legislation 010423?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo? Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not vote. Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati votes green. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Ann Claw? Honorable Shauna Ann Claw did not vote. Honorable Ember Kanez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Ember Kanez Bakrati votes green via text. Madam Speaker Crystalline Curley, how do you vote? Madam Speaker Crystalline Curley? Madam Speaker Crystalline Curley votes green via text. Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes green via text. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James? Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota votes green via text. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green via text. Honorable George Tolt, how do you vote? Honorable George Tolt votes green. Voting is now locked. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito votes green via text. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green via text. Going back to Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green via text. For the record, Honorable Lamardo Aseret, Brenda Jesus, Casey Allen Johnson, Danny Simpson, and Otto So are excused. With that, Pro Tem Chair, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with Pro Tem Chair Carl Slater not voting.
Thank you, Ms. Sosi. Delegate Daniels, I know you had been working on a directive. I want to provide an opportunity for you to... Okay, wait, Pledge Council is whispering in my ear. Give me a second, colleagues. The Office of Legislative Counsel has updated me that they need 2 minutes to work on the directive. Chair Parrish, do you have any announcements or jokes that you'd like to provide, or Delegate Arvizo? It's too late, okay. You got 90 seconds, Chair Parrish. I'm just kidding. Colleagues, Chair Parrish, you recognized?
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair Slater. Thank you for recognizing me and allowing me some time to talk while Legislative Council provides the necessary documents for Delegate Daniels. I know Delegate Daniels earlier, he mentioned that today we were out in Naa'bik'iyati, Inscription House, Arizona, and both Delegate Daniels and I, the chapter gave 1 sheep to Delegate Daniels and then 1 sheep to myself. So we both butchered 1 sheep each for the chapter this morning. And we had a lot of fun teaching the summer youth employees at Naa'bik'iyati how to butcher. And we shared a meal with the elders. The chapter actually butchered 6 sheep altogether, and they gave us the honor of each butchering 1 sheep this morning. So I just wanted to share that in 90 seconds. Thank you, Pro Tem Chair.
I didn't time you, but I trust that that was 90 seconds. Legislative Council, how are we doing? Okay. Colleagues, Legislative Council is working on sending out the directives, so those of you who are not in the chamber can read what you'll be voting on, if there is an appropriate motion and second. Colleagues, we have some information that's relevant to those of you who are going to be attending the Navajo Nation Economic Summit. I believe it's the 20th to the 22nd, so that's in 2 weeks from now. And Mr. Rico, the Chief of Staff, has informed me that the Speaker's office registered all of the delegates. So if you plan on attending, you should be registered. Colleagues, the email was sent out. I think I just got a notification that it's in my inbox at 4:02 p.m. Delegate Daniels, you're recognized.
Yes, Pro Tem Chair, this is regarding the directive, right?
Yes, Shadat.
Okay. Thank you, Shadat Kododam, Honorable Slater, Pro Tem Chair. I'm understanding it, as you know, that there are grazing officials out there. There's 78 grazing officials. I don't know, there's 20 Eastern land boards that are out there working. And every meeting that they attend, they submit claims. So three of them, they reached out to me stating that they haven't received a payment, a stipend payment for over a month now. And there's another one that's 2 months that they're paying for. They need to pay their bills, and these officials are behind on their bills. Naa'bik'iyati at the net, so even Department of Ag, they're not communicating with us. We call them, but there's no answer. So AIC I don't know earlier that Mr. Watchman was there, but I guess he left the chambers again. But with that, the rest of those so I'll have the staff read the directive. I'll go ahead and motion that directive. So put up a hot seat on that protest. Chair, Honorable Plater, thank you.
Delegate Charles Newton will second the directive.
Thank you. I have it before me. I'm going to read it into the record, and then we did have a second from Chair Parrish and a third from Chair Charles Newton. But it'd be appropriate to read it first. The Executive Director of the Division of Natural Resources, parentheses DNR, and the Department of Agriculture, parentheses DOA, with the assistance of the Controller and the Attorney General, shall immediately make delinquent stipend payments to grazing officials and Eastern Land Board members within 10 days. The DNR Executive Director and Controller shall report their efforts at the next Naa'bik'iyati committee and include a written report. The Executive Director of the Division of Natural Resources and the Department of Agriculture, with the assistance of the Controller and the Attorney General, shall work closely with grazing officials and land boards to address issues impeding stipend payments. The DNR Executive Director and Controller shall report their efforts at the next Naa'bik'iyati committee and include a written report. Delegate Parrish, do you stand by your second? You have a thumbs up? Delegate Charles Newton, do you stand by your third?
I'm sending you a thumbs up as we speak.
Thank you. Committee members, are there any questions or discussion on this directive? Delegate Charles Newton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. I'm just wondering, is giving them that 10 days to make payment, is that something that can be afforded by the grazing officials and the Eastern Land Board members if they haven't been paid for the last month, and some of them use that, stipend towards living expenses? Is 10 days too much? And I guess if Division of Natural Resources and Department of Agriculture couldn't come and give a report, I wonder if Office of the Controller could have at least gave us some input as to why these payments haven't been made. Perhaps it hasn't reached the Office of the Controller's, office yet. But I just always, I really feel for the employees and those who don't get paid on time. And it's really frustrating because I know during the 24th, this was a constant issue. So, and again, I know that DNR and DOA couldn't come and they couldn't provide any input, but I'm just wondering if Office of the Controller has any information about, what's happening and why payment hasn't been made. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton. I heard 2 points. One of them was, is 10 days too long? And I'd like to ask, are you requesting Delegate Daniels to respond to that question, or is it more of a rhetorical question? And then second, your request for the Office of the Controller to provide further explanation on this issue and try to prevent it in the future. I think that is contained in the directive, but if you would like us to add the Controller to the agenda, and start responding to this, I think we'd really need to amend the agenda, whereas directives usually come at the end of reports, and this was a report item on there. So I'm just going to ask those two questions back to you, and then we can proceed.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. So it wasn't a rhetorical question. I was really, I'm really concerned. I don't know if 10 days is, if that is, I guess, fast enough to get payment out. And I say that because doesn't the Navajo Nation, I think we get paid on Tuesday, right? Tuesday or Wednesday, which is within that 10 days. But I just wondered, is 10 days too long of a time period to request their payments being made? And you are right, the Office of the Controller is within the directive. But what I worry is if we do 10 days, Office of the Controller might come back to say, well, the following documents were never submitted, so they would be outside of that 10-day time frame. That's why I was asking, if Office of the Controller had any input on why these payments haven't been made yet. And I guess they kind of go hand in hand. So however way Delegate Daniels wants to address that, that's fine with me. I'm just worried that 10 days might be a little bit too long, but I'll leave it up to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton. Yeah, I was more trying to understand whether you wanted Delegate Daniels to respond or whether you were doing a request to modify on that first point. So with you recognizing Delegate Daniels, you're recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Slater, Pro Tem Chair, Chair Charles Newton, to your comments and also your, I know that waiting for a check, waiting for a stipend, because I was once a grading official. Waiting for a stipend, I know that 10 days is too long, but I know that when the next Naa'bik'iyati committee, when they give a report, actually based on the Office of the Controller. So it's really up to my colleagues. So the amendment, the directive, and modify or share on that. But the analogy with the grading officials and Eastern Land Board. In Michigan, it is I know that they need to pay bills. They need to they need to have food for their family, buy food for their family. So honorable pairs, so it about not speed on this Pro Tem Chair, honorable. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I have less clarity now on whether we're going to be modifying this or we're going to stick with the original directive. But I guess before we go to Delegate Arvizo, Delegate Daniels, just to confirm right now, you want to stick with this directive as it stands, or you'd like to modify it? Okay, actually, before you answer, we have a request to modify from Delegate Arvizo. Delegate Arvizo, you're recognized.
Speaker Pro Tem, thank you. Otto, delegates that are in the council and staff, though, yeah, I believe we could do modify the directive to the next pay cycle or 5 days, whichever comes first. If we can do that, I think that would help us here. Shinantai, Mr. Daniels, to do next pay cycle or 5 days, whichever comes first. What a badol nation so to ban's case. Shinantai. Hashita Bonson, case Ade. Pro Tem.
Thank you, Delegate Arvizo. Today is the 8th. It is a Thursday. 10 days, it said 10 days, not 10 business days. So that would be the 18th, which is 2 Sundays from now. So that's as it stands right now. Delegate Arvizo and colleagues, if you're on the Zoom, you can see the red marks or the red letters. It says the next pay cycle, I think that should be or 5 days.
Whichever comes first.
Delegate Arvizo, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are you saying 5 days or 5 business days?
5 business days. They're not. It would
Okay.
be 5 business days because.
5 business days would be next Thursday, the 15th. Okay. 5 days would be next Tuesday. And you have 2 days of folks not working on the weekends. Okay. Delegate Daniels and Delegate Parrish, there's a request to modify to the red language that is on the screen. Is the request for modification acceptable to you? Yes, Delegate Daniels?
Thank you, Honorable Slater, for the Pro Tem Chair. Yeah, Honorable Arvizo. Thank you for those to modify the directive to 5 days. I would concur with the request by Honorable Arvizo. Thank you.
I concur.
Delegate Parrish also agrees to the request for modification. Colleagues, is there any further questions or discussion on the directive? Hearing none, since this has been modified, we need to read it again into the record. Ms. Cook, can you appropriately read it into the record? Thank you.
Directive. The Executive Director of the Division of Natural Resources, DNR, and the Department of Agriculture, DOA, with the assistance of the Controller and the Attorney General, shall immediately make delinquent stipend payments to grazing officials and Eastern Land Board members within strike through 10 days, insert new language, the next pay cycle or 5 business days, whichever comes first. The DNR Executive Director and the Controller shall report their efforts at the next Naa'bik'iyati committee and include a written report. The Executive Director of the Division of Natural Resources, DNR, and the Department of Agriculture, DOA, with the assistance of the Controller and the Attorney General, shall work closely with grazing officials and land boards to address issues impending stipend payments. The DNR Executive Director and Controller shall report their efforts at the next Naa'bik'iyati committee and include a written report. Pro Temp Speaker.
It's a lot of words. It's basically legislation. Okay, colleagues, we're going to move forward with a vote. Ms. Sosi, can you please do a roll call? Those in the chamber, please hit red or green.
Honorable Honorable Helena Inez-Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Inez-Begay? Honorable Helena Inez-Begay did not vote. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Ann Claw? Honorable Shauna Ann Claude did not vote. Honorable Shauna Ann Claude votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati did not vote. Madam Speaker, Crystalline Crowley, how do you vote? Madam Speaker, Crystalline Crowley votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota votes green via text. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable George Tolth, how do you vote? Honorable George Tolth. Honorable George Tolth did not vote. Voting is now locked. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito votes green via text. Honorable Cheryl Inyasi, how do you vote? Honorable Cheryl Inyasi. Honorable Cheryl Inyasi did not vote. Going back up to Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable George Tolth, how do you vote? Honorable George Tolth did not vote. Honorable Cheryl Inyasi, how do you vote? Honorable Cheryl Inyasi did not vote. For the record, Honorable Lamardo S. Surratt, Brenda Jesus, Casey Allen Johnson, Danny Simpson, and Otto So are excused. With that, Pro Tem Chair, you have 14 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with Pro Tem Chair Carl Slater not voting.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sosi. Committee members, we are at 8, close of meeting, announcements, adjournment. There was an opportunity to provide announcements earlier. Are there any further announcements at this time? Hearing none, the Chair Pro Tem will entertain a motion to adjourn. We have a motion from Delegate Arvizo and a second from Delegate Parrish. Staff, can you please do a vote on adjournment?
Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati did not vote. Madam Speaker, Crystalline Crowley, how do you vote? Madam Speaker, Crystalline Crowley votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not vote. Honorable George Tolth, how do you vote? Honorable George Tolth. Honorable George Tolth did not vote. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito votes green via text. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie? Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green via text. Voting is now locked. Going back to Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota votes green via text. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable George Toth, how do you vote? Honorable George Toth did not vote. For the record, Honorable Lamardo S. Surratt, Brenda Jesus, Casey Allen Johnson, Danny Simpson, and Otto So are excused. With that, Pro Tem Chair, you have 15 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with Pro Tem Chair Carl Slater not voting.
Thank you. We are adjourned at 4:24 p.m. Colleagues, if we don't see each other before the weekend, have a good weekend. Everyone be safe. That includes the whole Navajo Nation.